Good morning and apologies for the delay. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the DC Council Committee on Housing. Today is January 13th. The time is 10:13 a.m. and we're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as on Zoom. I'm calling to order this public hearing of the committee. Our agenda for today is packed with substantive bills because the members of this committee have been working hard to solve problems for DC residents. I'll provide a quick overview of each bill in the order they appear on the agenda and then open the floor to my colleagues for any remarks. First, we have 4 permanent bills that I introduced, 2 of which are from my housing acceleration package, the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act, which I introduced with council members Pinto, Fruman, and Trayon White. It builds on legislation that I introduced and the council passed a few years ago, the Greener Government Buildings Act, or GGBA. With the GGBA, we applied what's called a net zero energy standard to new construction and major renovation of buildings if the DC government owns them or gives them major subsidies. Net zero means these projects need to generate or produce renewable energy to balance out whatever they consume, plus they can't burn fossil fuels. I stand by the core principles of the GGBA because we must move toward rigorous energy efficiency and full electrification to confront the existential threats of climate change. And Councilmember Lewis George deserves recognition for her work to get GGBA funded and operational over the last 3 years as facilities chair. Her work in recent budgets has transformed the design of some of our public spaces, and she's led the council in pushing for green emergent energy standards. At the same time, since I became housing chair, I've come to understand a few things more clearly than when we initially passed GGBA. One, a lot of the city subsidized construction is affordable housing renovations. 2, these projects are especially hard and expensive to make net zero. Most rehab projects would have to seek a special exemption from the net zero standards. And 3, we already make affordable housing finance extraordinarily complicated, and we subject affordable housing to many requirements that don't apply to market rate housing. We should make it easier to build, not harder. My goal is to make sure that we're delivering affordable housing on schedule without bureaucratic delays, and that this housing meets the state-of-the-art energy efficiency standards. To do that, the bill applies Enterprise Green Community Criteria Certification Plus standards, which include near zero energy efficiency levels at all electric requirements to the new construction of affordable housing. DC law has incorporated a version of the Enterprise Green Community Standard for public buildings since 2006. This bill pushes the city toward energy efficiency while using standards that the industry knows well. It also establishes a new rooftop renewable energy requirement for all feasible government-subsidized residential projects, and it pushes the executive to update the public on their development of a workable net zero energy building code that will apply to all housing construction. This bill may seem technical, but the impact on the city is profound. Making it easier and cheaper to build affordable housing means fewer costs, delays, and interruptions passed on to residents. And more district residents who have a place to call home. This permanent bill largely matches the emergency legislation that the council passed unanimously in November. I'm looking forward to hearing input from colleagues, stakeholders, and the public. This bill will need to go through 3 other committees before it goes to the full council, which is unfortunate, so I expect an ongoing conversation. Second on the agenda is my Powering Local Utility Guidance and Housing Act, or PLUG, in housing, which I introduced with council members Allen, Pinto, Nadeau, Trayon White, and Fruman as part of my housing acceleration package. We wanted to understand why affordable housing construction is slow and expensive and how we can eliminate red tape. And one surprising thing we heard from housing providers and regulators was that interactions between builders and utility providers have broken down. We want to fix that. Housing construction work requires a permit from the Department of Buildings, or DOB, and DOB checks building designs for compliance with safety requirements. They also refer some matters out to the authorities that provide gas, water, and electric services. But I've heard that coordinating with some of the utilities, like scheduling inspections, is harder and slower than it needs to be. Many have had to complete costly designs or even rebuild due to these delays. To solve this, Plug-in Housing would establish a new mini command center within the Department of Housing and Community Development, what I like to call the Housing Utility Readiness Team. That's right, this bill would bring the hurt to construction delays. My staff insisted that I say that. They thank you for laughing. Under this bill, DHCD would bring in technical experts to consult on certain affordable housing projects, help them avoid common design issues that come up in the utility connection process. They also would have dedicated staff to work with utilities and make sure the process is swift and transparent. And DHCD would lead an effort to get a data sharing agreement in place with utilities so each builder could see the status of their utility permit clearances in one place. Ultimately, this bill will allow us to build and deliver more housing faster. The third item on today's agenda is the Pets in Housing Amendment Act of 2025, which I introduced with Council Members Bonds, Parker, and Louis George. This bill is the follow-up to the Pets in Housing Amendment Act of 2024, which capped fees and pet rent for DC tenants, prohibited dog breed bans and rentals, and required at least one low-barrier homeless shelter to allow people to bring their pets. But although the bill was enacted on March 21, 2025, it has not taken effect for two reasons. The bill was subject to appropriations, meaning it couldn't be implemented without funding for the shelter provisions, and insurers still often raise prices for buildings that admit dog breeds perceived as aggressive. This bill prohibits insurance companies from upcharging or denying coverage to buildings based on dog breeds, and it allows the pet fee and pet rent caps to take effect while we work to fund the shelter provision. But at its heart, it's about keeping families whole. Pets are not accessories, they're emotional anchors and beloved family members. By lowering costs and removing barriers to housing, this bill ensures that people don't have to choose between paying their bills and taking care of their best friend. The fourth item on today's agenda is the River East at Grandview Homeownership Relief and Restoration Amendment Act, which I co-introduced with Council Members Trayon White and Louis George. For many families, homeownership is a dream, the best way to build equity and security for themselves and their children. From 2017 to 2019, 46 families purchased homes at River East believing they had achieved this dream, but their dream became a nightmare when their homes fell apart. It has now been 5 years since these families were forced to abandon their homes, and they are still struggling. Although the district has provided many of them with crucial short and long-term rental assistance, most have struggled to find permanent housing and build the financial security they lost. This bill would change that. It gives grants through the Home Purchase Assistance Program to residents who have not yet bought another home. It converts HPAP loans to grants for those who already purchased a home, and it adjusts inclusionary zoning affordability covenants on homes these families purchased after leaving River East, so they can access equity sooner and begin building financial stability. It's a practical, fiscally neutral solution that uses existing programs to provide meaningful relief to the Talbot Street families. Homeownership is more than a transaction. It's a foundation for stability and opportunity. When that foundation is shaken, the impact is deep and lasting. This bill helps restore that foundation. This bill is about restoring dignity to families who lost everything and making sure they can finally move forward and thrive. I'm looking forward to hearing from residents who have registered to testify today, and I do want to note that many others could not attend due to work commitments, but will be submitting written testimony for the record. Their absence should not be mistaken as a lack of passion or urgency around the path forward. Fifth, from Council Members Pinto, Bonds, Fruman, and Nadeau, we have the Project Homecoming Amendment Act. This legislation primarily affects the work of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, or MORCA. I've been proud to have MORCA under the jurisdiction of my committee, every committee I've chaired since 2019, because caring for people returning from incarceration is both a moral imperative for us all and something that matters very much to me and my family personally. Over the past several years, I've led the council in efforts to create a solid reentry framework. That work includes expanding MORCA from 2 staff positions to 19, advancing the Returning Citizens Opportunity to Succeed Act, which requires MORCA to begin transition planning before someone returns home from federal prison, helps people obtain identification and birth certificates, and provides transportation stipends to support job and housing searches. We expanded the right to vote to residents incarcerated for felony convictions, as well as qualified youth in the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services with the Restore the Vote Amendment Act. We passed and funded the Access to Jobs Act, requiring MORCA to implement a subsidized employment program for returning citizens. We also passed the Helping Children Impacted by Parental Incarceration Amendment Act, which requires DC to make a strategic assessment and plan to address the needs of children who have an incarcerated parent. We also passed the Criminal Record Accuracy Assurance Act, which prevents criminal history providers from reporting sealed, expunged, or set aside records tied to infractions that did not result in a conviction. None of that work is finished, but it reflects a long-term commitment to making reentry policy practical, funded, and accountable. Councilmember Pinto is chair of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and I appreciate her and her team advancing thoughtful policy and discussions around the topic so close to my heart. The Project Homecoming Bill proposes a new housing support program within MORCA focused on family and community-based housing agreements. The program would provide a $1,500 a month stipend to approved households that agree to house a returning citizen, paired with training, structured agreements, and connections to reentry services. Under the bill, MORCA would administer the program, screen and monitor participating households and people, and coordinate services across housing, workforce, and human services and behavioral health agencies, along with community-based providers. Oversight and reporting responsibilities would sit with the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. At this point, MORCA has not submitted testimony or indicated that it plans to attend today's hearing to share its views, which is disappointing. The agency has until January 27th to submit written testimony. Given the transition to new proposed leadership, this lack of engagement is not an ideal start. I look forward to discussing how to set MORCA on the right footing at Thursday's nominee roundtable on Acting Director Talib Shakir's appointment resolution. As we hear testimony today, I hope to better understand how the proposal should operate in practice, including issues raised about federal supervision, how long support should last as people stabilize, and whether residents believe the proposed oversight structure aligns with existing capacity. Our goal is to ensure the program meaningfully supports successful reentry while promoting stability, fairness, and accountability. Finally, the mayor has nominated Patrick McEnany to the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. The Housing Production Trust Fund, the HPTF, is the district's largest local source of funding for affordable housing. It finances the construction, rehabilitation, and preservation of homes for low and moderate income residents, making it a cornerstone of our housing strategy. The advisory board plays a critical role in guiding the use of these funds. It reviews proposed projects, advises on priorities, and ensures that investments align with the district's goal for equity and affordability. This oversight helps guarantee that every dollar in the trust fund delivers maximum impact for residents who need it most. Patrick McEnany has extensive experience in affordable housing development and finance. As development director at Somers Development Company, he has managed projects totaling 867 apartments and $222 million in financing, including private equity, low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and public loans. His work spans property acquisition, financing, design, construction, and community engagement. Patrick also brings policy and research experience from his time as a policy fellow at the Coalition for Smarter Growth and as an economic research analyst at 1776 Civic Tech. He holds a master's in urban and regional planning from Georgetown University and a master's in development economics from Johns Hopkins SAIS, both earned with honors. Earlier in his career, he worked on community development initiatives in Brazil through the Fulbright program and managed projects for a $200 million real estate portfolio in Las Vegas. His professional background reflects a combination of technical expertise in housing finance and a strong understanding of urban planning and development policy. I and my team have had the pleasure of working with Patrick on a number of affordable housing initiatives and policies, and I look forward to hearing more from him today about his experience and perspective on affordable housing in the district. At this time, I will see if any of my colleagues have opening statements, starting with Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'm going to forego the opening statement. I can't be here for that long, so I want to hear from as many of the witnesses as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman White, and thank you for holding this hearing today on so many important bills. It's great to see so many members of the public here to testify on everything from standards for our affordable housing builds, recognizing that the vast majority of our emissions continue to come from our buildings, to pets in housing, to my bill called Project Homecoming Amendment Act. And I really appreciate you including that bill in today's discussion. Each year, thousands of our neighbors return to DC after serving time in the DC Department of Corrections, and over 2,000 of our neighbors come home from federal custody. For most, when they return, they face a stark reality. Folks are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population. And this housing insecurity is not merely a personal hardship. It can be one of the greatest predictors of whether someone will successfully reintegrate into our community or end up back in the criminal justice system. Without stable housing, returning citizens struggle to secure employment, reconnect with their families, and contribute to their communities. This cycle of instability comes at a tremendous cost to the individuals themselves, to their loved ones, and to DC as a whole through increased emergency shelter use, higher recidivism rates, and the perpetuation of patterns that can undermine public safety. This innovative community-driven model today pairs returning citizens with vetted hosts, whether family members, friends, or independent homeowners, while providing direct financial assistance and comprehensive support services. By providing a monthly stipend of $1,500 to participating households, we remove that financial barrier while ensuring that hosts receive training and that participants receive wraparound services, including counseling, job training, and ongoing case management. The legislation before us today is not an experiment. It's grounded in demonstrated success of several creative housing solutions. And I want to recognize Ward 7 resident Graham McLaughlin, who has opened his home to returning citizens and created pathways for many, many people for success, who was a big inspiration to this bill to expand that model, as well as groups like Impact Justice's Project Homecoming Project, which has operated this unique housing model successfully in California and is expanding to other jurisdictions. The results speak for themselves. Participants in these programs have achieved stable housing, increased employment opportunities, and dramatically reduced rates of recidivism. By keeping people connected to their communities and providing them with the foundation of a safe place to live, we give folks the best possible chance at building productive, law-abiding lives. What makes this approach particularly powerful is that it recognizes a fundamental truth. Reentry successfully depends on community connection. Family and community members are often willing and able to house our returning citizens, but may lack the financial resources to do so. And I want to acknowledge directly some of the direct stakeholders that have raised some questions about this program's placement within the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, as well as concerns about feasibility and funding. There are legitimate questions that deserve thoughtful consideration. MORCA has a clear statutory mandate to coordinate reentry services across the district, and this program aligns directly with that mission. However, we do recognize that successful implementation will require robust administrative capacity, effective partnerships with community-based organizations, and adequate resources to ensure that this is successful and scalable. The bill includes provisions for program oversight by the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs, annual reporting requirements, and built-in evaluation mechanisms to ensure accountability. With that said, I want to be clear that, as always, we are here to listen and learn, and we're open to working with all of the relevant stakeholders, including district agencies, community-based service providers, advocacy organizations, and our returning citizens with lived experience to strengthen this legislation. And if there are ways to improve the implementation structure, enhance oversight mechanisms, or ensure more effective delivery of services, we want to hear those suggestions. We know a stable home is the foundation for successful reentry. When returning citizens have safe housing, they are more likely to secure employment, contribute to their communities, and avoid reoffending. The Project Homecoming Amendment Act offers DC an opportunity to be a leader in innovative housing solutions that are unique to our returning citizens, to learn from proven models and demonstrate that DC is truly committed to second chances grounded in real support. I look forward to hearing our testimony today from our witnesses and committed to working collaboratively to ensure this program is a success and that we can advance dignity for all. Thank you very much again, Chairman White, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today.
Thanks so much. Quick logistical note before we start the hearing. I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call folks on the list in panels. People who have testified before my committee before know that we use the witness list as a guide, but we also do our best to get everybody's statement. And that means we have to give the staff some flexibility to move folks up or down, as well as to assemble reasonable sized panels for the witness table here in the hearing room. So please listen closely whenever I'm calling up witnesses, and thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. When I call your names as part of the witness list, if you're here in the hearing room, please come take a seat at the witness table here in front of me. Folks on Zoom, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to panelist so that you can testify. That's after I call your name. You may need to click the accept promotion button. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying as commissioners have 5 minutes. After that, we will hear from our government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. Last note, if you see me and my team looking down during your testimony, it is typically because I am taking notes or my team is either doing the same or administering the hearing. It is important that you know if you come to testify, I care enough to listen to your testimony. So I don't want you to think me looking down is me surfing the web or anything. So with that, I'll call up our first panel of witnesses. Patrick McEnany, Development Director for Somers Development Company. Stephen Palmer, Director of Public Policy, Housing and Suzanne Slater, President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia, and McKenna Osborne, Senior Policy Attorney with the Children's Law Center. Stephen Palmer here? Not here? Okay. Mark Rutherford, Beyond Gas co-chair for the Sierra Club. Thank you very much. Patrick McEnany, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Patrick McEnany, here today representing Somerset Development Company. We are a DC-based affordable housing provider. I'm here today to testify for the first time on the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act of 2025. As the developers of the greenest apartment building in the city, the Faircliff Apartments in Ward 1, we believe this bill is a significant improvement to the currently impossible standards of the Greener Government Buildings Act. The Greener Government Buildings Act was never meant to apply to affordable housing projects. When the bill was originally considered in 2022, it was intended to apply to city-owned property. No housing providers or housing agencies testified at the hearing, and the fiscal impact statement for the original bill only considered DGS-managed properties. At the last minute, the bill was changed to include not only city-owned, but also city-financed projects, which suddenly drastically expanded the bill's reach. However, the fiscal impact statement on the bill did not recognize this enormous change and did not account at all for the cost impact on the Housing Production Trust Fund or other non-DGS programs. Based on our experience building the Faircliff, we estimate that building all new construction affordable housing to net zero energy efficiency standards will cost the Housing Production Trust Fund an additional $13.3 million annually that has not been budgeted for. Additional requirements of the law, such as requiring power purchase agreements for renewable energy for multifamily apartments, are literally impossible to meet. The council has already passed several rounds of emergency legislation to correct this error, but it is critical to finally pass a permanent fix. This is the worst possible moment for the affordable housing industry to have to deal with this mistake. As you all know, we are still struggling immensely with the crisis of unpaid rent, and it is going to take years for us to restore lender and investor confidence in the district, stabilize the Housing Production Trust Fund, and get back to moving new construction and preservation affordable housing projects forward again. In the meantime, affordable housing developers like ourselves have no choice but to focus our efforts outside of the district in neighboring jurisdictions in order to stay afloat. While passage of the Emergency Rental Assistance Reform Amendment Act and the Rental Act in 2025 were critical steps forward, we are by no means out of the woods. More broadly, we also need to have honest conversations about the trade-offs that come with piling additional requirements specifically on our affordable housing projects. As many of you know, this is now part of a national conversation, with the best-selling book Abundance highlighting the governance failures that have deeply tarnished the brand of the Democratic Party and fueled the populist resentment that we are confronting head-on right now in the district. We all want to build the best projects possible, quality affordable housing with high labor and environmental standards at low cost. But we can no longer continue to pretend that there are no trade-offs. There is no such thing as a free lunch. We should all be embarrassed at the high cost per unit at which we are currently building affordable housing in the city. This fuels attacks on the district's home rule and undermines popular support for affordable housing. We have to recognize that the concept of everything bagel liberalism, where well-intentioned laws add requirement after requirement to affordable housing projects specifically, does not work well in practice. It makes building affordable housing wildly slow and expensive. These are the same mistakes that plagued the rollout of the Biden administration's clean energy programs, resulting in a massive missed opportunity for the country. We look forward to engaging with all of you on these issues more broadly as we try to chart a path forward for DC's affordable housing industry. We believe the best path forward regarding green building standards is for DC to subject affordable housing and market rate housing to the same standards. We should not have a two-tiered system that holds dedicated affordable housing to a higher burden and results in higher costs. The most straightforward way to achieve this goal is to clarify that the Greener Government Buildings Act applies specifically to city-owned, not city-financed projects, and then to separately deal with the net zero energy requirements for all housing in the city on a different track. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Suzanne Slater with Habitat.
Hello. Thank you very much, Chairperson White, and the other members of the Housing Committee. I'm very pleased to come and testify. And these bills that are the subject of this hearing show that you have really been listening to builders and the other drivers of creating affordable housing in the district. I really applaud you for this legislation. I do have a couple points to make. First of all, I just want you to know Habitat in 2011 built the first net zero passive house, and we won an international award in the solar decathlon for that. And since 2011, we have been building passive homes in a number of our developments. But the Green Housing Coordination Amendment has one thing that I'd like to call your attention to, and that is that, as necessary as it is, the renewables section needs to be edited a little bit because you need to put dispensation for lower income builders when in fact the district's Solar for All initiative is meant to provide solar for lower income homeowners. So the builders, many nonprofits, don't really fit into the legislation right now, and I'm happy to give more detail on that. We strongly support and encourage the passage of the Powering Local Utility Guidance portion of your bill. We believe that expediting utility reviews is critical to addressing a severe pattern of coordination gaps and costly redesigns with clearance attempts from the district's utility partners. I just want to give a couple illustrations to add to all that you have already heard. We have been working in Ward 6 on a small condominium project, and we have been literally wrestling with Pepco for 3 years. The condominium is built, and we cannot sell it to families that would be thrilled to live in Ward 6, and they're 3 bedroom, 2.5 bath, and 2 bedroom, 1 bath units. Great for teachers, great for families, and we are now stymied completely by Pepco. This means that appointments have been canceled, delayed. I'm sure you've heard all of this, but it's taken us 3 years of wrestling with them. Another situation is a 17-house project in Deanwood in Ward 7, where we literally had to hire the law firm of Holland and Knight to disentangle conflicts between DDOT, energy, and a number of other agencies, to tell you the truth. It was one agency after another conflicting advice. And that, of course, set us back for well over a year and a half. And that, frankly, cost us a lot in legal fees. We still do not have a approved design for the 17-house project. And everything that we have done in the last decade, there is some Pepco aspect to it. I truly believe the problem is getting even worse, so I was delighted to read that you want to have DHCD play a more active role in coordinating appointments, and they will become well aware as they're coordinating appointments that there are conflicts. It's not just a matter of complying with regulations, it's also you get conflicting regulations. One of the other major agencies, which are not detailed in the bill, but I have to call out DC Water. We have had the same kind of situation where we have to hire a private civil engineer in order to work with the engineers at DC Water. This often is a very substantial design and installation cost. We don't get guidance ahead of time, as I'm sure you've heard. And then as we go along, we have to keep changing designs. It is not uncommon for this to be one of the largest single line items in the cost of the house. So it doesn't matter the size of the project. It's small projects, medium projects, larger projects, we get the same problem. The overall coordination by DHCD would be particularly great, excuse me, if it included DDOT, DOE, DC Water, and Pepco. And that would help eliminate some of these conflicting designs and costs. I'm racing through examples here, so I have a little extra time. But I just want to applaud you for hitting this head on and listening and realizing that this doesn't just slow down the building of affordable homes, and especially home ownership, which is all that Habitat does. It, as you've said in your opening statement, Chairperson White, it diminishes the amount of affordable housing in the district and is, as you can tell, very, very frustrating.
Thank you so much. The bill does cover DC Water,
Yes.
not the other DC agencies, so we will look
Okay.
into that. McKenna Osborne, welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and Council Members Fruman and Pinto. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a tenant in the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. A key part of a strong foundation for children is housing security, having a safe, healthy, and stable place to call home. Through our work representing children in foster care and families navigating barriers to their children's health and education, Children's Law Center sees firsthand how difficult it is for low-income families in DC to access that housing security. The gap between their income and market rate rent is too big, and the resources to help cover that gap, like vouchers and ERAP, are limited. And we see the impact of housing insecurity on DC children every day. Children stuck in poor quality housing that is making them sick because it's the only option their family can afford. children who miss school and have a hard time learning because of frequent moves, stress, and food insecurity, and children who become involved in the child welfare system because their families are struggling to maintain housing. It's not surprising that housing insecurity is so pervasive among our clients. In DC, families with incomes between 0 and 30% of area median income, which includes single-parent households with a full-time minimum wage job, these families are competing for a very small number of rental units that are affordable to them. Only 32 affordable units are available for every 100 households in this income bracket. Recognizing this, Children's Law Center has been compelled to expand our work to advocate for more quality, affordable, and deeply affordable housing in DC for families like our clients. Therefore, we greatly appreciate your leadership, Chairperson White, on the Housing Acceleration Bill package to remove barriers to preserving and producing affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on 2 of those bills today. First, on the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act. As a member of the DC Healthy Housing Collaborative and the Coalition, and a partner of the National Housing Trust, Children's Law Center has heard directly from organizations who finance, develop, and operate affordable housing that it is simply not financially feasible for them to meet the net zero energy standards required by the Greener Government Buildings Act for the renovation projects they need to engage in to preserve their housing stock. Preservation is faster and more cost-effective than new construction and critical for closing DC's affordable housing supply gap. We therefore strongly support exempting substantial rehabilitation projects from net zero energy requirements. Regarding the appropriate standards for production projects, we recognize that newly built affordable housing will serve low-income DC families for decades to come. And we believe the district should be striving for those homes to have clean air for children to breathe and low utility costs for families. Children's Law Center supports the spirit of the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act to balance equitable access to healthy, energy-efficient homes with the district's urgent need for more affordable housing. But we encourage the committee to consider whether alternative approaches could achieve that balance with greater clarity and effectiveness, which my written testimony will go into greater detail on. And we welcome the opportunity to engage with the committee and affordable housing developers to identify the optimal approach before markup and as it moves through other committees. Second, Children's Law Center supports the Powering Local Utility Guidance and Housing Act to help affordable housing projects navigate the utility connection process. In DC and other cities across the country, developers increasingly report being forced to keep units vacant for months after completion because the building's utilities have not been connected. The Plug-in Housing Act is an important step toward assessing and mitigating delays in utility connection and a good example of problem-solving collaboration between the Council, DHCD, and affordable housing providers. Thank you for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. And Mark Rodifer with the DC Sierra Club.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember White, and good to see you, Councilmembers Pinto and Fruman. My name is Mark Rodifer, and I'm testifying for the Sierra Club on the Green Housing Coordination Act. First, I want to thank you, Councilmember White, for introducing the Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022. Net zero buildings required by the law do not cost more money to construct, reduce utility bills because they're highly efficient, and cut air and climate pollution. Net zero buildings are important for public health. With no on-site fossil fuel combustion, net zero buildings improve air quality. Burning fossil fuels in homes releases pollutants like nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and carbon monoxide, which are linked to respiratory, cardiovascular illnesses, childhood asthma, and decreased cognitive function. Black and low-income children are disproportionately affected by indoor air pollution. Net zero buildings help ensure that housing remains affordable by reducing utility bills. This is especially important amid lax oversight from the Public Service Commission. Over the past 5 years, DC's electricity prices have nearly doubled, soaring 93% more than any state. Washington Gas is seeking a massive pipeline replacement plan costing ratepayers $12 billion. On top of this, gas customers were hit with a rate increase of 13% just this month. DC cannot claim we are prioritizing affordable housing while saddling affordable housing residents with the massive costs of the gas utility and locking residents into higher utility bills from inefficient homes. Councilmember White, thank you for being a leader on getting fossil fuels out of buildings owned or financed by the government. Your continued leadership on this issue matters, as does how you communicate about it. Unfortunately, at times, your public communications have cast clean energy and affordable housing as at odds. They are not. Energy efficiency and renewable energy lower utility bills, making them a key part of ensuring affordability. In an October press release, you said that net zero requirements are driving up costs and slowing progress and have increased costs by approximately 15%, causing 30 to 60 days delays. Those statements are not accurate. Affordable housing projects since the law took effect have been exempt from the requirements of this law because of emergency legislation led by you and Mayor Bowser. So it's not possible that the requirements that haven't taken effect have affected timelines of anything. We asked your staff to stop using this problematic language, but in a New Year's Eve email blast and in two more, one Sunday and one yesterday, you again stated that net zero requirements actually extend resident displacement. That's not true. It has not displaced anyone. The Sierra Club renews our request that you stop using this problematic and inaccurate language. Now, in some renovated buildings, net zero requirements can be expensive, and we recognize that this issue needs to be dealt with in existing buildings. In new construction, net zero buildings generally do not add costs, and they save money in the long term. Simplistic statements that gloss over these nuances are not helpful for affordable housing nor the climate. We appreciate the legislation's requirement that all newly constructed affordable homes shall include a requirement that proposals for new construction receiving fund support be all electric. We are troubled, however, that the legislation states that homes must be designed with the intent to obtain the Enterprise Green Community Certification Plus. The language seems to allow developers to check off a box instead of delivering on the promise of lower utility bills for affordable housing residents. The Greener Government Buildings Act lowers costs for residents of affordable housing. We should make sure that they are first in line, not last in line, for the benefits of energy efficiency and clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate these testimonies. And I apologize, I should have said this at the beginning. There's a bill to name a street after a young man who lost his life to gun violence, whose family I've worked to support. So I'm going to have to take a brief recess sometime this afternoon, but we're working with the committee so I can jump out and jump right back in. Thank you all for your testimonies. So let's try to clear up the housing cost issue. Glad to have multiple perspectives at the table. Mr. Rutherford, most of the examples you use about cost savings are cost savings for the end user. I wouldn't attribute those to the cost of building the unit. So the concern that I'm trying to address that we've heard from others on the panel, folks who build it, is that building to this standard costs more, which could, prevent things from being built or make them more expensive, which would then make it more expensive for the end user. All that to say, the cost savings you're talking about are with the end user, not the builder. The issue I'm trying to get at here is the cost of building affordable housing. So help me understand your perspective on that.
And I certainly understand that. And some of the requirements we think are onerous. For instance, he mentioned the PPAs. We agree. You should get rid of the PPA requirement. It's too onerous. It doesn't work. What we really don't want to see is the DC government financing new buildings with fossil fuels, right? I mean, we have said we're going to phase fossil fuels out of our buildings. All of you voted for legislation in 2024 to help low and middle income DC residents transition their homes off fossil fuels and get energy efficiency upgrades. So it's sort of like if we're subsidizing reversing this problem, why in new buildings would we have it from the beginning? Now, on the costs question, my understanding is that they rarely increase costs. For instance, DC had two pretty big buildings, which were Banneker High School and John Lewis Elementary, that are both net zero. And the developer reported that the costs were the same, that costs did not go up. That's why we think it's really important to get this right from the beginning. I understand, in renovations, it is a much more complex issue. It is not so cut and dried. And we think making some accommodations there are necessary. We still do not think the taxpayers should be funding fossil fuels. I believe your legislation says if they get support from the fund, they have to be all electric. So we certainly support that. But I recognize the cost issue, but I don't think we should be penny wise and pound foolish and say, okay, we're going to lock in new buildings with fossil fuels forever, and we got this $12 billion cost for project pipes coming up, and we want affordable housing residents to pay for it, and we also want them to have higher utility bills, right? I mean, energy costs are an issue in this country in a way they haven't been since the 1970s, and energy efficiency is a key way to reduce those bills.
Mr. McEnany, when government construction projects can't meet Appendix Z, they can seek an exemption from the Green Building Advisory Council. So why can't affordable housing developers with renovation projects simply do the same?
So the challenge is having kind of a one-off discretionary process that every single project then has to go through to add kind of an extra step. And members of the GBAC say that they weren't really set up to do that. They were set up to advise on general improvements to building codes, but they weren't really expecting that they would look at every single project one-off, because pretty much every project would have to go in for one of these waivers. I do want to mention, kind of building off just now, I think there's a lot of agreement in the affordable housing developers that we want to electrify, that we shouldn't be building buildings with new gas. We certainly don't build buildings with new gas. Then the question is, on one level, you want to make sure that you have an all-electric building that won't be locking you into long-term fossil fuels. And then you want to make your building as efficient as possible to reduce the energy use, so it's easier to fully transition the grid to be all-electric. The question is just exactly what degree of energy efficiency are we able to do on a cost basis. We always, for every single project, we want to build to the most rigorous energy efficient standard possible. But we have to go and look and say, all right, what's the baseline we have to do? How high up can we get? And then what's the cost? And does the city have funds available to pay for it? Obviously, right now, it's been very tricky because there's a lot of stress on the Housing Production Trust.
So I'll say this. I agree. I don't think there's a lot of daylight, and I don't want to see, to Mr. Rutherford's point, I don't want to see taxpayer money be used to build buildings that are going to use fossil fuels. Do you see a situation, Mr. Rutherford, in which we could sit down together and figure out, all right, what works? Because, I don't want to hide from the fact that when we're talking about long-term safety, I don't want end users to be burdened with the high utility costs. I also want to make sure we are having our eyes wide open in terms of the construction costs, which are separate. Do you think we would be able to, over in a certain amount of time, sit down and figure out how to make this workable?
Yes, definitely. And like I said, in existing buildings, we recognize there are problems. Sometimes there are things like insulation requirements, right? And the wall's just like not thick enough. And to redo the wall, make it a lot thicker, and you're taking square footage away from the home. It's just expensive. So like I said, and the reason I know that because I heard it from an affordable housing developer was the one who told us. That was not something I had thought about before the affordable housing before the affordable housing person said that. So yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we recognize that in renovations, it's not a simple issue.
And I'm going to look for some of the recommendations in your testimony, McKenna Osborne. Maybe you solved the problem for us already. So I will look at your written testimony. And Suzanne Slater, one, I hope HEPCO is listening to this hearing and reaches out and resolve this issue, because to have home ownership opportunities sitting there for years because of utility delays, that just makes no sense. I also do like the idea of incorporating DC agencies that have various responsibilities for approvals, because we've got to streamline this stuff. It has to be easier than it is. So I appreciate the recommendations in your testimony. Those are all the questions I have for this panel. I want to thank you all for being with us and for your thoughtful recommendations. Oh, I want to turn to my colleagues, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Chairman White. Mr. McEnany, your testimony is a great advertisement for your appointment. So thanks for coming out. One of the things you said was that the requirements could add $13 million or could require $13 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund. Is that for new construction or new construction and renovation together?
That was just looking at new construction. And the basic math of why it gets so large is, so our estimate from our project that we did that was Passive House was the cost increase was 4.7%. The weird thing about the Housing Production Trust Fund is it's basically the gap financing source. It's the very last source you come in to fill your project costs. So let's say you have a project where it's filling the last 20% of your costs. That means that if your costs go up 5%, then the trust fund has to increase from 20% to 25%. So it's actually 25% increase in how much the trust fund needs to spend. A little bit of that gets knocked down because you can add some extra tax credits, but that's the basic concept of the math, that actually kind of a small delta in construction costs has order of magnitude effect on the cost of the trust fund.
Okay, and so then if you think that that's upfront cost, and Chairman White is right, and everybody, the point that there might be higher upfront costs, but lower operating costs down the line. And we all talk about this, you put solar panels on your roof, you have an upfront cost. Nobody would say you don't have an upfront cost, but it pays for itself over a certain amount of time. To what extent have you done analysis of the savings to the end user? To what extent does that $13 million increase, if it's for, I don't know how many units, and there's a savings each year of X, what does that math look like to you?
Yeah, so we look at that for every project. And affordable housing is something called a utility allowance, which is basically kind of a deduction on rent based on estimates of utility costs. And so when you're designing a project up front, you'll actually work with your sustainability engineer, your mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers to do an estimate of how much lower you expect utilities will be. And then that gets factored in as actually can help support a greater amount of debt for the project. We're seeing right now, like I said, we just opened the greenest apartment building in the city. We do that upfront analysis, but then over time, those utility allowances get adjusted based on actual rent bills, no longer just the engineer's estimate, but actuals over the years. So we're hoping we actually see that performance or maybe even better performance, but only time will tell. I have to say it's actually been a little distressing watching how often folks still have all their windows open and are blasting the heat in the winter. But so that in theory helps to finance some of the cost, but we'll have to see how it works in practice.
My point is both sides of that. There is the value that we have about becoming as green as possible, not putting a dollar value on that. But then there is the economics of it, and what is the upfront cost, the added upfront cost from your perspective as part of this conversation, and the lower operating costs. And to the extent that we can be as clear as possible about those, then we're having a real conversation. So my hope is that we can do that.
Yeah.
Ms. Slater, when you were talking, it dates me, but when you're talking about the utilities, I thought of the Lenny Bruce bit where he says, communism cooks for you solid, but for me, communism's one big phone company. And so this challenge of dealing with the utilities is enormous. There's the time value of money that you're talking about, which sounds like a fantasy, but is real. And then the idea that you have to hire Holland and Knight, I'm sure that felt very real. I hope they did it pro bono, but
No, they didn't.
So thank you for your testimony and underscoring the importance of that piece of legislation. Let's improve this, because we can't be in a situation where there are choke points in getting housing. We want the economics to work, but there can't be procedural choke points. So thank you for your testimony on that. Ms. Osborne, I continually stress, thank you for your, and I don't have questions for you, Mark, but thank you for your testimony, Mark. When you talk about there's only 32 units for every 100 people in a certain income range. First, tell me what the income range that you're talking about is.
That is for households with 0 to 30% area median income. So what's traditionally referred to as extremely low income.
Okay. And so, I mean, one of my questions is, to what extent could that issue be addressed through shallow rent subsidies? And I don't know if you've looked at that, but I worry that the price tag might be high. But what have you looked at? What are possible solutions to do that, including shallow rent subsidies?
So we did in my written testimony on the DC Flex bill, I did do some of the math on for households in that income bracket, which includes single parent households with a full-time minimum wage job, which is around $36,400 a year. That it goes above what I would call a shallow subsidy to actually meet their needs. And that is where there's that real challenge of that deeply affordable housing that's where we have a real gap in DC that we need collaboration to figure out how can we fill that gap and do it in the most cost-effective way to help the most households and really increase that number that's available to them.
Okay, so this is an area that I'm going to want to talk with all of you about over time. I mean, where we are right now is ERAP has turned into the one tool that's used to try to address these issues. And I don't think that wasn't what it was built for, and I don't think that makes sense. But what is the thing that could work? Let's work together to try to figure that out. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much to this panel. We're going to move to our next panel, which will be 4 in-person witnesses and 1 virtual witness that we need to put on this panel. Robert Barton, Executive Director of More Than Our Crimes. Herbert Robinson, Community Outreach and Organizer with Growing Pain Solutions. Walter Morton, who I don't see. Zachary Ragone, Policy Director with the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens, and Aishatu Youssef, who will be virtual. Can we make sure Walter Morton is not virtual?
We can call him later if he comes.
All right, we'll have 4 people on this panel. I know Councilmember Pinto has to leave shortly, so keeping a tight panel will help. So we'll start with Robert Barton with More Than Our Crimes. Welcome.
Good morning, Council, Chairman White and Council. My name is Robert Barton, and I'm the Executive Director of More Than Our Crimes, which advocates for district residents in federal prisons and promotes their civic engagement. I'm also here on behalf of Thrive Under 25, which is More Than Our Crimes is a part of. Thank you, members of Committee on Housing, for inviting public testimony today. I'm here to speak in support of the Project Homecoming and Amendment Act with a few caveats. I was released from federal prison almost a year ago. Although I had been incarcerated for 30 years, I was fortunate. I had stable housing to move into immediately upon release. I live with my mother, who provides welcoming, supportive, rent-free home. However, many of my parents are not so fortunate. I know a number who had nowhere to go. Release should have been a time of joy and relief, but instead they worried about where they would sleep while they rushed around trying to get their IDs and to get a job. DC can be proud of its many services for returned citizens, but you all know that housing is one of the gaps. That's why More Than Our Crimes applauds Council members Brooke Pinto, Anita Barnes, Matthew Fruman, and Brendan Nadeau for introducing the Project Homecoming Amendment Act. We are very familiar with the homecoming model, since we have been following the impact justice part of this program in California, where it has been highly successful. What we like the most about this model is that the fact that returned citizens are placed with their families throughout their communities, instead of being marginalized or industrial areas where transition houses are often located. And Impact Justice reports that the relationships that are formed between landlord and tenant are often lasting, with rental relationships continuing after the homecoming period is completed. We also like that this bill does not exempt individuals with particular charges, such as those who committed violent crimes. However, we have a few concerns and suggestions for improvement. Regarding the application process, individuals coming out of prison who do not have appropriate housing lined up need immediate shelter. It will be most beneficial if the application process for homecoming participants will begin while the individual is still incarcerated. Also, while this program has huge potential for success, it must be adequately funded. And we are doubtful that the 5% gap on administrative expenses in this bill is sufficient, particularly if this includes the wraparound services needed. We would like more information on how that number was developed. In addition, expert implementation and oversight is critical. This bill vests MOCA with implementation and oversight is assigned to Commission on Reentry and Returning Affairs. And we have concerns about the Commission's ability to provide sufficient oversight for several reasons. The members of the Commission are very often difficult to find online. We don't pretty much know, there's no transparency there. We don't know who they are. We actually tried to reach out to them and couldn't find anybody on the Commission. And we wonder why members are not on record and it's not public. It appears that many seats are unfilled, and it's unclear if it has any experience in providing oversight for such a program that is complex and in the housing area. At the very least, whatever body that provides oversight should include someone who will serve as a landlord in the program, as well as the experience in housing support service management. We are also concerned that a lot of people that's on this commission, from the few people that I did contact, told us that it's unpaid, so they're not really focused on the work because they have to work several jobs and all those type of things. So when we talk about giving oversight to a bill of this magnitude, you would want them to be paid or have some vested type of interest in it. Thus, while more than our crowds applauds and supports the Homecoming Amendment Act, we would like to see our concerns about funding commitment and oversight addressed before the bill is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Herbert Robinson with Growing Pain Solutions. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the council and committee. My name is Herbert Robinson. I'm a Justice Impacted District resident who returned home in October 2022. I'm here today because I strongly support the Project Homecoming Act of 2025. In October 2023, I spent 90 days in a transitional house in River Terrace after returning home with no family here in Washington, D.C. My mother passed away in 2015 while I was incarcerated. When I came home, I had no family residence to return to, making the transitional housing essential. The River Terrace housing was run by a social enterprise, Clean Decisions, owned and operated by returning citizens, providing structure, accountability, wraparound support from people who understood reentry firsthand. And I'm deeply grateful to Graham McLaughlin and Will Avila for their leadership during that critical period. And their work proves that peer-led, community-based housing doesn't just help people survive, it helps them succeed. Because I had stable housing, I was able to move forward. Today, I'm the owner of AGG Transportation, a certified business enterprise here in Washington, D.C. I am working, paying taxes, and contributing to the local economy. That progress began with stable housing. I am also here as someone who actively engages in reentry work across the district. I'm the co-founder of Growing Pain Solutions, a DC-based organization focused on building inclusive communities through outreach, education, and advocacy work. This work focuses on justice-impacted individuals. GPS supports initiatives such as HR 3012, which seeks to bring DC residents incarcerated far from home closer to their families. Because proximity and family connection are critical to successful reentry. In addition, I serve as a facilitator with the Alternative Violence Project in DC, organization with decades of experience in external workshops to build communication, accountability, and nonviolent problem-solving skills. Throughout 2025, AVP DC partnered with Friendship Place, who does help housing with homeless, to facilitate workshops exclusively with their staff at Valley Place, Neighbors First, and La Casa. This work focused on building empathy, strengthening community care, and shifting away from the authority-based responses toward relationship-centered approaches that better support residents and returning citizens. All of this work, one truth remains constant: housing is the foundation that made reentry possible. The Project Homecoming Act builds on the proven approaches by connecting returning citizens to family members, trusted community hosts, supported households, while providing financial assistance, training, structured agreements, and oversight. This approach strengthens family, reduces recidivism, and improves public safety. As someone who has this lived experience, I now work to support others returning home, and I urge the council to advance this fully support the Project Homecoming Amendment Act of 2025. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Zachary Rigoni.
Chairman White and members of the committee, good morning. My name is Zachary Rigoni, and I serve as the Policy Director for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to start by being clear about where we're coming from. We appreciate the intent behind Project Homecoming. We agree that housing is one of the most critical determinants of successful reentry, and we support efforts to assist families, friends, and community members who are willing to open their homes to returning citizens. That said, we approach this legislation from a neutral but skeptical posture. Our concerns are not about motivation. They're about whether the structure of this program aligns with its stated purpose, or whether, despite good intentions, it risks introducing unnecessary burden, stress, or instability. I want to begin with oversight. The bill assigns an oversight role to the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs, which is required to meet monthly and issue annual reports advising the mayor, the council, and MORCA. However, we're unable to identify a consistent meeting cadence, a current roster of seated commissioners, or recent annual reports. That raises real questions about the Commission's practical ability to provide meaningful oversight. At the same time, the bill establishes a fairly intensive monitoring and compliance framework directed at households and returning citizens. Taken together, this creates an asymmetry in accountability. Participants are subjected to detailed oversight expectations, while the government's own oversight capacity is unclear. And that leads to a fundamental question. If robust oversight is not essential at the institutional level, then the necessity and scope of participant-level monitoring deserves closer scrutiny. Now, to be fair, we recognize that the intent behind evaluations and check-ins may be to provide useful support and connection to resources, but the intent does not determine how a program operates in practice. Requirements framed as supportive can become expected, then routinized, then implicitly mandatory. I also want to address power dynamics. We understand and agree with the need of households to have immediate termination authority in cases involving serious safety concerns. But allowing termination with 30 days notice for any reason introduces a significant power imbalance, particularly in housing arrangements that are not rooted in family or personal relationships. The bill also directs the monthly stipend to households rather than participants. In isolation, that may make sense. But when financial support is paired with broad authority to end placements, it creates an incentive structure where housing can become conditional. In that kind of arrangement, a returning citizen may feel pressured to remain in poor or unstable situations simply to avoid losing housing altogether, especially when alternatives are limited. Without a transition mechanism, the loss of housing can quickly turn into housing insecurity despite good faith participation. If Project Homecoming is meant to promote stability, we encourage the council to continue to consider ways to reduce that risk. Finally, on program design. It's worth asking why a new MORCA-administered housing program is being created when community-based organizations already provide reentry housing and could potentially expand with additional funding. Now, the most compelling rationale appears to be that Project Homecoming is meant to support those close to returning citizens who voluntarily provide housing but currently receive little assistance to doing so, a very unique niche. If that's the case, the program should reflect that reality. Supporting those households should mean lower barriers, minimal additional burden, and a focus on trust rather than surveillance. In closing, we support the goal of expanding housing stability for returning citizens and appreciate the committee's attention to these issues. Our concerns are about alignment between oversight and purpose, between intent and lived experience, and between program design and the population it seeks to serve. Addressing these issues would strengthen Project Homecoming and help ensure it delivers stability and dignity rather than unintended stress or risk. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, and specific suggestions are in my written testimony.
Thank you very much. And Aisha Youssef, who should be with us virtually.
Hello. Thank you all for letting me be here virtually. Can everybody hear me? I hope so. I'm gonna go with yes. Okay. So excited to be with you all here today. Thank you for having me from the council. My name is Aisha Yusuf. I'm the Vice President of Innovation Programs here at Impact Justice. I'm excited by Bill 260201, the Homecoming Project Amendment. I'm here speaking on behalf of Impact Justice. Impact Justice is a national research and innovation organization that sits at the intersection of innovation and criminal justice reform. We have 3 offices, one in Washington, D.C., one in Oakland, California, and one in Los Angeles, California. I'm speaking to you from Oakland, California. So that should demonstrate my excitement about the bill because I'm speaking to you quite early on California time. So I'm excited to be here with you all. I want to talk just a little bit about the Homecoming Project, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any at the end. The Homecoming Project was built in many ways by the council member that was speaking about the housing crisis for individuals that are leaving prison, particularly the folks that have been there for a long time. We know there's a crisis, the housing crisis in a lot of our big cities, Washington, D.C. and California included, and we wanted to fix that. We drew from successes in other shared housing models and said, why can't we do this for folks leaving prison? We launched this project in 2019, and we are really excited that the district had the opportunity to see the project and are hoping to both emulate and build off that project as well. We launched in 2019. We've housed over 200 people in that project. We launched in Alameda County, California. We've expanded to Los Angeles County, San Francisco, and Contra Costa County. Within this project. And as mentioned earlier, we are in conversations right now about expanding outside of California and are happy to support the District of Columbia in doing so. The way the project works, people leaving that are placed that are coming home from prison after a long period of confinement, 9+ years. Typically, we place them in regular community host homes. If any, as an example, anyone on the council or in the audience had an open room inside of their house, we would vet that host. We would vet the individual leaving prison. We would place that person in prison inside of that home, pay that homeowner $1,500, roughly $1,500 per month to house that individual, provide that individual with case management and direct service care to help on that reentry pathway by also giving them a small stipend every month to support their reentry. Each individual stays in the housing project for about 6 months. We have really great success rates. We've had a 0% recidivism rate in every single one of our projects that we've had at in participants on the Homecoming Project. 100% of our participants leave with long-term housing, and over 95% leave with employment. We place individuals in community host homes, which is mentioned. Sometimes that's family members, sometimes that's strangers. But what we're really excited about is this project has dual impact, which means we place, because we use individuals from the community, we put over $700,000 back into the community. Oftentimes, the folks that work with us are individuals that own homes in areas that are being gentrified, and that money goes right on back to their house for the uplift and the upbuild of their community, themselves, and their home. We continue to broaden and expand the project to bring in individuals to open up their homes to individuals from all kinds of backgrounds, which have been very successful. And we continue to build upon this project, which we're super excited about. We will clearly be open to supporting the District of Columbia and building out the project. And because we have such great success, we continue to expand ours as well. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. I think Councilmember Pinto is with us. I know she has a hard stop. So Councilmember Pinto, if you have questions for this panel.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman White. Really appreciate that. And thank you to all of our witnesses on today's panel for the work that you do and for sharing your stories. I want to start with thinking about what else would be supportive in this model. So when we think about somebody entering a home, assuming it is a home where they don't have existing familial ties or relationships, what else would be a useful set of follow-ups to make sure that the stabilized housing is paired with other supports? And maybe I can start with Robert and Herbert if you have thoughts on this.
Yes, I would say transportation, because the housing is possible, but you have to get back and forth to the places that you need to go. You're going to be looking for employment. So transportation and employment will play a big part as well.
Thank you. Robert?
If I understand your question right, Ms. Pinto, is that what would help a person going into a home that is not their family, correct?
Right.
And so for me, I mean, I thought that Herb would like touch on that because Herbert would touch on that more because you pretty much like lived that experience. And I didn't have to, but what I think, or what I would think is that you would want to like get some type of understanding of the person that you're moving into the home with, especially if you have to stay there with them in the same home. And to ensure that you're comfortable with that situation or that position. I don't know what that looks like. How would council or this bill or whoever has oversight or over that would implement this process? But I think that would kind of like be the main piece that I would want to feel comfortable moving into somebody else's home.
Thank you very much. And
Who's that?
Ms. Youssef, we heard from Mr. Rigoni about some concerns of like too much follow-up or seeming to be oversight. And I really appreciate you highlighting that there's been zero recidivism with the participants that you have worked with. What have you all found to be the most helpful metrics in considering success in the home? Like in addition to just not a repeat crime or getting the stipend dollars out the door, to make sure that the people who are opening up their home are also incentivized to do so. Like I heard you, Zachary, talk about, not wanting to terminate the program, but we also need to make sure, or terminate the housing, but we also need to make sure that people are incentivized to do this. And if they feel that there's no off ramp for them, I worry about some of the backlash there. But go ahead first, Ms. Youssef, and then maybe Zachary, you can respond.
Yeah, and I can actually respond in this answer to the first question that you had. It's every single participant that we have in our project receives a case manager, a wraparound case manager, and that individual is responsible for ensuring that they are connected to the organizations, whether that's our organization or others, to receive the needs that they have. And every person that comes into our project, both the host, homeowner, and the participant are vetted. And before a participant enters a home, they've met each other. There's no misunderstanding here that everyone doesn't vibe. Everyone doesn't have similar characteristics. Everyone doesn't have the same way they engage. And so the host and the participant both have a conversation and in many ways interview each other for us to understand that they could be placed there. If you are a neat freak and one person is not, that's not where we would place you. So we do a lot of work on the front end to make sure that it's a place where everyone could be successful at. And the homeowner also has a support system within our organization that they have a liaison to help them work through any issues that may happen. So that helps do a lot of that work. And then in terms of the homecoming project is for 6 months. So people enter our project and they'll be housed in that individual's house for 6 months. And everybody knows that going in. So the participant leaving prison and the case manager are invested in finding long-term housing for those individuals. And that's because oftentimes homecoming is the first or second stop for individuals after leaving prison. And oftentimes folks that leave prison don't necessarily know where they want to go or the connections that they made. And they may have to also work on reuniting with their family in many ways. And so there's a lot of work most of the case manager work goes into finding that long-term housing. So the incentive for homeowners is that it's only a 6-month commitment for them. It can absolutely be longer, and people do that. They enter, a lot of times the participants and the host really like each other and they enter into their own long-term lease agreements. We see this happen all of the time, but that's not the requirement of the project. And so we do a lot of work to ensure that they have housing on the back end. We have never had anybody overstay their 6 months outside of the desire for folks to do that. And that's because we work so hard on finding long-term housing for individuals to do that once they left the project. The other incentive for the project is clearly our homeowners are a variety of individuals. There's individuals that just want to give back to the community and the dollars aren't quite as important to them. There's individuals that really need the $1,500 a month. And so they're happy to open up their homes to do that. And there's everyone that kind of fits in between. So the money that we provide as a stipend is a really big incentive for individuals, particular communities that are owning homes that are in gentrified communities that really need the dollars to support themselves and their families.
Thank you very much for that. And how are the case managers working in partnership with other community-based organizations?
Yeah, so we clearly work in tandem with a lot of community-based organizations. So we have a roster of organizations from mental health support services to other housing organizations to transportation to food to all of the necessity needs that individuals have. So if one of our participants comes and says, I need mental health support services, we have other organizations that we connect them directly to. And it's a hot handoff, not even a warm handoff. It's a hot handoff that we actually go to them and make sure that's set up in that way. And we also do some of that stuff in-house too. So we have also a few training pieces that we do do in-house, but we work really closely with our nonprofit organizations, also a lot of public organizations, to ensure that they receive the supports that they needed. Impact Justice doesn't provide all of them, so it's really paramount to ensure that we have other organizations that can provide those. And we have a huge roster of organizations we work with across the state.
Great. And Zachary, do you want to respond to that, especially around this idea of having a 6-month set time versus the way we currently have it structured?
Absolutely. So first, as it relates to what was going on in terms of the oversight, one of the things we noticed was with California's homecoming project model, a lot of the public-facing things didn't have the same emphasis on formal compliance monitoring and service utilization reviews that the literature that came out from the DC plan came in. And that's why we were a little concerned as it related to the oversight model compared to California's, is they did not seem to have as much language around that. And so that was our worry of it possibly shifting more towards supervision than support. As it related to the 30-day termination, we do understand that you need to incentivize these individuals, especially the non-family or friend ones, to be able to go into this project. And it's not so much the issue that they can terminate for any reason, but the fact that because of that, it creates this power imbalance. So one of the suggestions we had to allow the returning citizen to be able to still feel confident that if it's a bad situation, they don't necessarily have to just kind of go along or worry about that power imbalance, is to allow a bridge mechanism. So for instance, if a person living there is terminated for a non-safety or supervision type reason, perhaps for the next 60 days after that 30-day period, the stipend is used to give transitional housing assistance for, say, a hotel stay while they try to figure out, okay, what's next, because I just got terminated here. So that was that's one avenue that could alleviate that concern. We just don't want to see somebody, for no fault of their own, maybe it's something to do with the person providing the housing, that they just can't keep them any longer. All of a sudden now they're thrown back into instability. Let's find a way to create a bridge there. And I think that would help with some of the power imbalance.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And I'm over time. Sorry about that. Really appreciate everyone's testimony. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. When my brother came home from Petersburg, he was able to leave Hope Village, which was open then, to stay with me. It was wild. They still required him to pay his, I think it was called subsistence fee at Hope Village, even though he was living with me. But it seems that folks who have family, and Mr. Robinson, I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of your mother. Can only imagine how difficult that was while incarcerated. For folks that have family here, my guess is a lot of them who have the ability will let someone stay with them. And so it seems like this effort is more, if it's actually going to expand housing opportunities, it's going to be more geared to people that folks don't have a previous relationship with. Is that your view of it? For anybody on the panel?
I would say yes, and you've had dinner at the houses with us, so
Yep.
over Repertoire, so you understand what we go through and the assistance that we ask and what we seeking right now.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to purpose. If the purpose is to expand opportunities, then yes, looking at those kind of non-family or friend situations where you can create situations where people are offering housing that they previously wouldn't is one way. If the intent or purpose here is to look at these families and friends who are already doing a good service to this community and to the city by trying to take their family members back in, but are struggling to do it, but are doing it nonetheless, then this might not expand it, but what it does do is make it more effective and efficient by allowing those families to be able to do that without having to sacrifice significantly. And that's going to make it more likely that the returning citizen has success because they're not having that extra stress of realizing, man, I'm my family loves me, they're taking me back in, and now I'm a burden to them. So it just comes down to what the intent is. Is this to expand, or is this to make what's already there better?
I appreciate that. Did you have something to add?
Yes, I mean, I basically was gonna say the same thing that Zachary said, but also it's my understanding that a family member must, in order for them to apply or be able to do this, that they would have to have a spare room. And so a lot of times family members don't have spare rooms, but they still are housing their family member. In whatever ways they have to or sacrifice. So towards those sacrifices, I think that still should be a part of this program because they still making the same sacrifice. And this person may need and want to be with this particular family member for their stability and for their reentry. And then to all the things that Zachary said, it helps because when you move into, I know from my own experience, like you eating their food, the water bill's going up, the electric bill's going up, and you may not have a job and you may not be contributing to the home in those ways. And so a lot of the people that's coming home already come from family members that are poor or might not be of much means. And so you're taken out of the houses in those ways. And so for be able to put back something will help immensely and get that stability to both the family and the person that's going home and alleviate them stress.
I appreciate that. I do think we're onto something here. Let me try to unpack a couple concerns. And Ms. Youssef, I'm going to come to you. When the city was a few years ago clearing a homeless encampment, which I did not support, I went to talk to folks who were there to understand how they got there, what services they weren't getting. And there was one brother I spoke to who said he was there because he had been incarcerated for a long time. He had somebody to stay with, but then he found out that the person he was staying with was engaged in something that would have violated his conditions of release and ended him up back in prison. So he left. What of concerns like that? Things that might be beyond the control of a returning citizen, but they are in a particularly vulnerable situation with respect to their release. Is that something you've seen, and how should we think about that?
As in seen in the Homecoming Project? No. The reason I have not seen that in the Homecoming Project is because we vet our hosts. So there's no misunderstanding that just because the host isn't in prison that they are operating in their home in a way that can keep us within good legal standing, right? And so we vet our host to ensure that their homes are safe and clean and provide the safety that a person coming from home from prison needs. What that also means, though, is that if someone is on probation or parole in these cases, that they have different requirements around that. So we ensure that the home that they go into can meet those qualifications. A really easy example for that is sometimes people have conditions of alcohol on the premise. So that's the reason we vet the home, because we only need to put that person in a home that has a dry house. And there's plenty of dry houses, but if there's a house that says we want alcohol out, then that's not a house we place them in. So we have these questions, these conversations. We have these interviews with the participants. We have these interviews with the host to ensure that we link them up into houses that make sense for both the host and the participant to find success. And I'm really sorry to hear about that, your example. And oftentimes, a lot. The reason we work with people that have been in prison for a long time is because they're the most likely to be homeless, but also least likely to recidivate with the proper support services. So something like that wouldn't happen in the Homecoming Project, particularly because we account for it and vet for it.
Okay, excellent. And then how does the vetting process work for families? Let's say, a family or a homeowner says, I'm open to this theoretically, but, I want to make sure I'm matched with somebody who works for my family. I have kids at home or what have you. How does that process work?
Yeah, so we do an interview with them. So we have an interview process. Our community navigator and one of our colleagues does that interview process with them. We have a checklist. That's a standard checklist that we have, but we also ask them questions like that. A really easy example is a person coming home from prison may say, I want my family to visit all of the time. And the host may say, actually, I don't want that many people in my house. I have a small house that they can visit in the backyard, but not the front yard. If that doesn't work with the host, that's okay. We just put them in a different house that does that. So we have what we call like information list about the type of individuals they would like in their house, the type of home that is, where the home is it by a bus line, where, we have all this information already written down in our documentation. So we match people for leaving prison with the things that we know. And then we have that interview process, we say, all right, participant, what is that you need? I need to be on a bus line. I want to be in a home that actually only has, let's say, women in it because of my past history, things like that. And we match that collectively. So we haven't had any issues with anybody being upset about what the match is because we're really open and honest about what the participant needs and what the host needs. This is a host home. It's their house. So they get to make decisions about who they have in their house and regarding that conversation. And the participant gets to make it. This isn't prison. They get to make a decision about where they want to live. And so we're really open around what are the characteristics of a home, what does a participant need, and we match them that way. So we have a whole conversation, and oftentimes many conversations. If it doesn't work with one home, we say that's totally fine. We'll come over to this home and have that conversation.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much to this panel. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we've got something here. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Max Broad, Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals, Bianca Flores with the Humane Rescue Alliance, Catalin Peter with AOBA, Jacqueline Eisworth. Max Broad, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Oh, nice. Y'all were able to turn on for me, huh? Hey there, my name is Max Broad. I'm testifying on behalf of DC Voters for Animals, Council Member and Chair White, other council members, I guess it's just us now, and committee staff. DC Voters for Animals is joined by hundreds of supporters across the district with the mission to lift up the policies and politicians doing the most for animals and our community. We support the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025 as a bill that closely aligns with the intersecting components of our mission as it benefits both animals and our community. From the standpoint of the district's leadership on animal protection, this bill builds off of Roscoe's law passed in 2024 to eliminate breed-based restrictions and housing insurance. This is critical to fostering conditions for pets to stay with their people. Roscoe's law took the important step of prohibiting breed bans in housing. This bill would complement that measure by making sure people who live with their pets can get insured. These are instrumental to people who are housing constrained and are meaningful to reducing the factors that lead to the tragic practice of abandoning pets or relinquishing them because their guardian could not find suitable housing. Many of us would probably agree that pets spending excessive time in shelter care or worse is tragic. People having the full backing of fair and equitable housing practices enables caring citizens to adopt these animals unencumbered. But this is more than an animal bill. It is of significant benefit to our community. We like this legislation because it also serves DC residents who experience the squeeze of housing access. Making sure that people can find insurance regardless of the breed of animal they live with lifts a significant barrier to housing. It lifts a significant barrier to people receiving the emotional and mental wellness benefits of living with an animal companion. It lifts a barrier to people having to separate from their pets. Now, one recommendation for this bill is to consider how insurance can protect those in housing regardless of ownership status, ownership of the housing. As it stands, the bill reads as if it only protects homeowners. Given that renters are the constituency that most needs protection from breed restriction, it would be important that renters insurance similarly encompasses all animals regardless of breed. Thank you, Councilmember White, for introducing this bill to carry on the legacy of beloved Roscoe and all the dogs who have likewise faced unfair treatment, and Councilmember Bonds, Lewis, George, and Parker who support this bill as co-introducers to benefit our pets and our community.
Thank you so much, Bianca Flores. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White, council members Pinto and Furman, and staff. My name is Bianca Flores, and I currently work as a medical administrative employee at the Humane Rescue Alliance. I'm here today sharing my perspective in a personal capacity and not as a representative of the organization. Through my work in community clinics, I see firsthand how housing and insurance policies affect pet-owning families across the district, and I'm here today in strong support of the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025. Every day, I interact with district residents who love their pets but are forced to make impossible financial decisions because of breed-based discrimination and excessive pet-related housing costs. Many of the animals we see in our clinics were adopted from shelters where DNA testing is rarely done prior to adoptions. Instead, animals are labeled based purely on appearance alone. I want to share a specific example that illustrates why this bill matters. We had a puppy come through our shelter who was labeled as a Doberman in our system based purely on how she looked. Later, her adopters chose to do DNA testing and discovered she was actually a mix of Beagle and Doberman, with a much stronger genetic lean towards Beagle. In DC, pet insurance premiums for Dobermans are significantly higher than for Beagles due to perceived liability, not actual behaviors or risk. The DNA tests ultimately save the adopters hundreds of dollars in pet insurance premiums. But most families cannot afford DNA testing, and no one should have to rely on it just to avoid financial punishment based on junk science and visual guesswork. Breed-based insurance practices are arbitrary, inconsistent, and disconnected from the actual behavior of individual animals. This bill shifts the focus to sound principles such as documented behavioral history rather than stereotypes. I also have experienced these barriers personally when I was searching for housing in DC. I had 2 cats at the time. I encountered apartment buildings charging $500 pet deposits per pet, plus pet rent that totaled to an additional $200 a month on top of already high rent. These costs were not tied to damage, behavior, or risk. They were simply the price of having a pet. For many residents, especially low-income families, those costs are excessive. The Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025 is so important because it ensures the non-economic pillars of the original law, such as caps on pet fees, a limit on pet rent, and protection against breed discrimination can finally go into effect. It also ensures that landlords who comply with the law are not penalized by insurance companies for doing the right thing. This legislation recognizes what animal welfare professionals have long known. Breed does not determine behavior, and financially punishing people for owning pets only destabilizes families and increases shelter intake. In memory of Roscoe, and on behalf of the countless district residents and animals impacted by these policies, I urge the council to advance this bill. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Catalin Peter.
Chairman White, members of the committee, or staff members of the committee. My name is Catalin Peter, and I am here on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C., AOBA. AOBA represents owners and operators of nearly 120,000 multifamily rental homes across all 8 wards of the district. AOBA has previously testified on the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025, and we appreciate the council's continued focus on stability for residents with pets. Our members are working to responsibly expand pet-friendly housing in line with the parameters of the underlying bill. AOBA does continue to have concerns that could benefit from further coordination, particularly related to insurance, liability, and implementation. For one, insurance provisions are foundational to financing and operations, and risk is shared across residents, staff, and common areas. A single incident, whether involving a dog, another animal, or a broader safety issue, can have wide-reaching and costly consequences for the entire building. Technically, we strongly support a prospective effective date applied uniformly so housing providers can plan, update their policies, secure appropriate coverage, and communicate clearly with their residents. Any risk of retroactive application would create mass confusion and expose housing providers to risk for decisions made prior to the law. Our goal is to ensure the final bill supports residents, their animal companions, and the housing providers who care for the homes they reside in. Next, AOBA supports the goals of the Green Housing Coordination Act and appreciates the committee's focus on aligning sustainability objectives with the real-world delivery of housing, particularly affordable housing in the district. We agree energy efficiency, electrification, and rooftop renewables should be advanced in a way that is practical, financeable, and predictable for housing providers operating within already complex regulatory, financing, and funding frameworks. We must underscore how extraordinarily expensive it is to build housing in the district, especially affordable housing. Construction costs, labor, materials, interest rates, layered regulatory requirements already push many projects onto the edge of financial feasibility. Even well-intentioned additional mandates, if not carefully scoped, can be the difference between a project moving forward or stalling entirely. We appreciate this bill's efforts to differentiate between new construction and substantial rehabilitation, and to preserve flexibility where full compliance would otherwise create cost or feasibility barriers, particularly in projects involving older building housing stock, where physical constraints do exist. AOBA does strongly support these requirements to apply only to district-owned buildings, as we understand was the original intent, and not to broader district-financed affordable housing projects. We'd like to continue the conversations with the committee on this particular point. Overall, affordable housing developments rely on tightly structured financing, and subsidy sources leave little room for additional costs. We view this bill as a constructive step towards coordinating sustainable policy with housing delivery, and we do appreciate its recognition that housing production and preservation must remain paramount alongside our environmental objectives. Welcome the opportunity to continue follow-up with committee staff, together with our sustainability and technical utility team on all pieces of legislation. I know I'm short on time today, but I think I actually may have made it under the mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Jacqueline Eisworth.
Changing topics. So good morning, afternoon, Honorable Chairman and members of this committee. As a former homeowner at River East at Grandview Condominiums, I submit this testimony to bring to your attention a matter deserving even-handedness and closure. Over 2 years ago, on November 9th, 2023, our community provided testimony to the DC Council at Large, describing the dire circumstances and displacement caused by the uninhabitable and now condemned 46-unit condominium community that I was proud to once call home. Our statements describe the widespread emotional, financial, and logistical hardships imposed on all 46 households, most of whom were Black first-time homebuyers. Our plea was simple: restore home ownership for every owner. We carefully articulated clear resolutions and outlined pathways to achieve this goal. With the support of council members, staff from DHCD, and the mayor, a handful of owners have been able to purchase new homes in the last 2 years. I am one of those owners. However, I am only one of 6 owners who received grant funds, which were available for a very limited time and unfortunately not attainable for everyone. This legislation will enable all qualifying owners who receive HPAP funds for a new home to have those funds converted into a grant, freeing them from the additional financial burden a second loan would pose. Additionally, this bill restores equity by lifting all IZ and ADU covenant restrictions on a new home after 15 years from the date of the original closing at River East at Grandview. This benefit was a key feature highlighted by the River East developers, a striking difference from the lifetime restrictions found on many current IZs and ADUs. While time may heal many of the misfortunes caused by this disaster, the scars and trauma remain with us. I sincerely hope that you will advance this measure to help restore equity and provide more owners the ability to purchase and reclaim what was lost through no fault of their own. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you very much to this panel. Ms. Eisworth, I'm going to get into the Howard Street issues in later panels, so I'm not going to ask so many questions here. But continue to really regret what you and other homeowners have gone through. It has been a lot of work to try to get this issue to a place where I think the council and the administration should support it. Now the question is whether they will. We're offering them, I think, the least we could do to help. So thank you for being here. To other panelists, thank you for your testimonies. I don't have questions. Just want to say Max Broad, yes, the issue of not including renters, that's my oversight, so I'm going to work to fix that before markup. Catalin Peter, the retroactive application, that's something I think we need to make clear as well, that is not they're retroactively applicable. So appreciate your testimonies and you all working with us. Ms. Flores, thank you for being with us and for your help as well. If y'all get any like young pit bulls that are going to get real big, let me know. So thank you all very much for being with us.
Unless you think you're not to leave for the street name.
I have no idea, but. Okay, next panel will be Tyon Jones, Kaylee McNeil with People and Paul's Coalition for Affordable Housing, Michael Wilson, Roberta Humans.
Just there in case you have to leave. In case you have to leave, what should do these for?
Okay. Tyon Jones, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee who may be watching virtually. My name is Tion Jones, and I too am a former homeowner at River East at Grandview on Talbot Street. I want to start by thanking you, Council Member Robert White, co-introducers Janice Lewis George and Council Member Trayon White for this bill and the past work that you all have done to continue standing with the displaced homeowners long after the immediate crisis has passed. I want to start by being very clear. Like a few of the other owners, I too have purchased another home. I am housed, but that does not mean I am whole. The home I was forced to buy after displacement came with a higher mortgage, a higher interest rate, and no equity. This is not comparable to the position I would have been in had Talbot Street not failed. On Talbot Street, I was building equity under covenants we understood and accepted, covenants that allowed affordability while offering a real path to the middle class. That opportunity was taken from us through no fault of our own. When I left Talbot Street, I didn't just lose a home. I lost timing, I lost a low interest rate, a manageable mortgage, and early years of equity that made homeownership worth it. With my recent purchase, I now pay more every month for less stability and no equity at all. The gap isn't theoretical. It's something I see every time I look at my mortgage statement and realize how different my financial future would have been if my home had been safe. This bill matters because it recognizes that replacement housing is not the same as restored opportunity. Bill B26-0545 begins to correct that harm by restoring equity pathways that reflect what we were promised at Talbot Street, particularly through provisions that adjust affordability covenants and convert HPAP loans to grants. But I also want to speak directly to why this bill is critical for homeowners who have not yet been able to purchase again. Many former River East homeowners are still waiting for a viable path back to homeownership. Some were priced out as interest rates rose. Some carried damaged credit or debt directly tied to our displacement. Others simply cannot take on another mortgage without assistance that reflect what they've already lost. This legislation addresses that reality in concrete ways. By expanding access to HPAP grants, including flexibility around credit requirements, the bill recognizes that displacement caused financial harm that should not permanently bar people from home ownership. By allowing HPAP assistance to function as a grant rather than long-term debt, the bill prevents families from being locked into worse financial position because they were displaced by a failed building. And by aligning inclusionary zoning affordability covenants with what we originally had at Talbot, the bill ensures the future purchases do not come with restrictions that further delay or deny equity building. These provisions are not giveaways. They are corrective measures designed to address a specific documented harm. Even though I have purchased, I'm still here advocating. From the beginning, River East homeowners made a collective commitment. Until everyone who wants to return to homeownership has a real and realistic pathway, this issue is not resolved. We organized, testified, met with agency, and showed up year after year because we understood that individual outcomes were not enough. Recovery has to be systematic. This bill reflects that collective work and the council's willingness to listen. B 260545 is measured, targeted, and time limited, but for displaced homeowners, it represents the difference between surviving displacement and recovering from it. I urge this committee and council to move this bill forward without weakening its provisions and continuing to stand with River East homeowners until equity is not just promised but restored. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to justice for us displaced homeowners.
Thank you very much for being with us. Kaylee McNeil, welcome.
Hi, good morning, council members, and thank you to Councilman White and the other introducers of this bill and the members of the Housing Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kaylee McNeil, and I am here on behalf of the People in Pause Coalition for Affordable Housing. We're a collection of advocates from organizations ranging from animal nonprofits to students at the George Washington University Law School who are passionate about seeing people and the animals that they live with and care for housed. I was here before this committee just a little over 1 year ago to advocate for the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2024, better known as Roscoe's Law. And it is for the same reasons that I'm here now advocating for the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025. The 2025 Act accomplishes two main goals. It ensures that housing providers who comply with Roscoe's Law will have insurance coverage, and it removes a procedural barrier to Roscoe's Law's enactment. I will speak to the second part today. Roscoe's Law had three major components. First, removing financial barriers to housing for people with pets by eliminating non-refundable pet fees and putting a cap on pet deposits and pet rent. Second, prohibiting the use of discriminatory breed-based pet policies. And third, creating a pet-friendly shelter for the unhoused members of our community who have pets. All three of these provisions are essential to securing a just and equitable housing system for DC residents. And all three of these provisions went through the rigorous political process. Hearings with testimony from a range of stakeholders, multiple votes and council discussions, all resulting in Roscoe's Law being passed into law. The first component of the law, prohibiting non-refundable pet fees and capping pet deposits and pet rent, was planned to go into effect last fall. Instead, all three components of Roscoe's Law remain stalled from implementation pending the district's appropriations process. Even though the pet-friendly homeless shelter is the only portion of the law that requires funding from the district, currently the entire law's implementation is conditioned on completion of the appropriations process. The Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025 separates the component of Roscoe's Law that requires funding from the components that don't, allowing the other provisions to go into effect without going through the appropriations process. Last year, I testified about the history of breed discrimination as a tool to keep Black and Brown people out of certain communities. My fellow advocates testified about the countless fees and deposits and additional rent payments that come with having a pet as a renter in this city. We testified about our unhoused neighbors who cannot seek shelter in our city's homeless shelters without being separated from their beloved pets. Advocates from around the city came together and you passed this legislation. It was an amazing feat of community organizing and the legislative process. Unfortunately, the protections that you achieved for us cannot become a reality unless this legislation before the committee today is passed. And our unhoused neighbors will not be left behind with this 2025 bill. We will continue to advocate for the advancement of the pet-friendly homeless shelter through the district's appropriation process. Still, we should not further delay the protections that DC renters, their pets, and you all successfully secured for us last year. For these reasons, we ask you to support the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Wilson, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you to the committee. I'm here to testify in support of the Pets and Housing Act of 2025. My name is Michael Wilson, and I'm a resident of Ward 6. And while I'm a data engineer by trade, I'm also a certified canine behaviorist who has volunteered at animal shelters for more than 15 years, including here in the district at the Humane Rescue Alliance and Brandywine Valley SPCA. I am also the founder and speaking on behalf of the Quinn Center for Animal Welfare Innovation, a new research-focused organization working at the intersection of animal welfare, technology, and community systems. One of our current projects is designing various impartial studies and collecting data on the implementation, efficacy, and effect of Roscoe's Law on both the housing market, pet surrenders, and the emotional well-being of district residents. I'm very excited about the project. I'm here primarily today, however, as a longtime volunteer at animal shelters who has worked with well over 1,000 dogs in my time. Over that time, I've worked across nearly every aspect of shelter operations, intakes, operations, adoptions, behavior, education, and community programs. Much of that work is involved in supporting people at some of the most desperate and difficult times of their lives, surrendering a beloved companion animal. There are many reasons that people reach this point. One of the most common and most preventable, as we all know, is housing instability. Time and time again, I've worked with responsible, deeply committed guardians who were forced to give up their animals, not because of neglect of care, but because they could not find or maintain pet-inclusive housing. People arrive exhausted, embarrassed, and often already grieving. Housing instability shows up again and again in these conversations. I remember one family of a young boy who was about 10 years old who had recently lost their home to a fire. They moved between temporary places before finally settling with a grandmother. Her apartment, however, had breed discrimination bans, and the family was forced to give up their 2 pit bull-like dogs. Despite every effort they made, they had no other choice. I was present at that surrender, and I watched a child who had already lost his home say goodbye to 2 beloved family members. That moment wasn't about rules or compliance or a lack of effort. It was about a system that offered no flexibility when the family needed it most. I've also seen quieter versions of the same story, romantic partners moving in together only to discover that the lease doesn't allow one person's dog. On the adoption side, I've seen families fall in love with a specific animal, take them home, and then return days later, not because the animal was unsafe or unmanageable, but because the landlord imposed unexpected fees or decided that the dog met with some banned breed. These determinations are often subjective and made by people with no training in behavior or breed identification. In the 15 years I've worked with thousands of dogs, I've only ever been bitten by small breed dogs who wouldn't have triggered those restrictions anyway. This results in a painful cycle. The same dogs are surrendered, adopted, and returned again and again. Shelter staff like Bianca and volunteers work tirelessly to accommodate a growing capacity crisis, pouring their heart and soul, sweat and tears into everything they do, only to see the same animals come back through the door. Each return makes placement harder and increases the stress for everyone. The Pets and Housing Act is a meaningful step in the right direction, and I applaud the council for its progressive idea. It is designed to interrupt this cycle. However, the law has not been implemented as intended, despite the unanimous endorsement of our elected leaders. Many families are still navigating the same uncertainty, still losing pets for reasons that have nothing to do with responsibility or care. So I urge the council to move this amendment forward so the law can function as intended. And thank you for your time and your continued attention to this and keeping district residents safe and families together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Roberta Yeomans.
This is on, right? Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman White, Councilman White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Roberta Yeomans. I've lived in Ward 3 for 43 years, was a housing advocate for all of my career, so I was interested in a lot of the legislation discussed today, and was a volunteer like Michael at the Humane Rescue Alliance and its predecessor organizations for 22 years, and now I volunteer with Brandywine SPCA. I'm testifying in strong support of the Pets and Housing Amendment Act. I testified in the October hearing on the original legislation, and I'm thrilled that that bill was enacted, and of course would love it if it got funded and went through like this bill will do. With the chairman's permission, I would like to attach my testimony from that hearing to this one, if there's a way to do that, because many of the arguments I made there apply to what insurance companies do or don't do when it comes to issuing policies for owners with pets. As I stated in October, the Pets in Housing Amendment Act, or now the Amendment Act, was a bill whose time has come. Numerous studies in recent years have documented the importance of the human-animal bond, and many of us are pet owners, and we know that. The legislation did lots of wonderful things, and but more protections are needed. It's one thing for landlords eventually to not discriminate against certain breeds, but insurance companies need to also adopt those same policies when they issue home ownership and rental policies, as has been discussed. Any Google or other online search will discuss the ineffectiveness of breed restrictions, and dozens of groups, some of whom testified here today, or will oppose such restrictions. And some of the groups that oppose the breed restrictions are surprising to me. American Bar Association, Centers for Disease Control, National Canine Research Council, and the American Kennel Club. And indeed, the latter, in a one-page document on its website, says they urge insurance underwriters and companies to determine coverage of a dog owner household based on more accurate risk assessments that involved a dog's deed, not its breed. But not all insurance companies have breed restrictions. In fact, State Farm is a leader in these programs, and it's one of the reasons I have had and continue to have 3 policies with them. I will not change. In an October posting entitled, "It's Not the Breed, Any Dog Can Bite," it says, this is again State Farm on its website, "There is no correlation between breed and dog bites despite the prevalence of dog breed discrimination in housing and insurance." The company does not ask what breed of dog is owned when writing its home ownership or renter's insurance, and other companies do too, but again, and states are changing their breed restrictions. So we know it can be done. So it's not like impossible task. It can be done. And as I mentioned, like Michael, in all of my years volunteering, the only dog that ever bit me was a dachshund. I say it here again because everybody says the shelters are filled with pit bulls, and it's true. We have a lot of pit bulls, and we have a lot of other so-called dangerous dogs at the DC shelters. I have walked with, interacted with, and photographed up close many, many breeds and sizes and weights of dogs. Many of those dogs went on to become loving pets. Like Michael, it broke my heart to see many families waiting outside or in the lobby of the shelters having to surrender their pets, not because the dog had, and again, I have cats, but usually it's the dogs that are the issue, not because the dog had caused bodily harm, but just because of what they look like. I used to joke and say, well, as a photographer, maybe I could take them from the side, so they don't look like a pit bull. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you shouldn't have to do that. So I would like to thank Chairman White and their staff. As a former committee staffer on the Hill, I know staff do a lot. I also thank Councilwoman Anita Bonds, Denise Lewis George, and Councilman Zachary Parker for their co-sponsorship and support of this bill. And I urge the full council to support it. And I thank you again for the opportunity to testify on this legislation on which I feel very passionate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will say this. At the end of last year, one evening in late December, I went to an event at a law firm, and right from there to an event at a bar. And at both places, somebody stopped me and said, I want to thank you for the pets and housing bill. And it's one of those things that people randomly come up to me and have really noticed it means something to them for reasons that you all have stated. So I want to thank you all for testifying. I am optimistic that we'll be able to get this over the finish line and fully implemented. So I appreciate you all being with us. And Mr. Jones, as somebody who has purchased again, you're highlighting one of the issues that I think too many people miss, which is even for those who became homeowners again, interest rates have gone up, the cost of houses has gone up. So it's not the same investment. You and others have lost a lot. And I just don't think we have been as sensitive to the issue as I wish we were. So even though you have purchased a home again, you're still here because a lot of your former neighbors have not been able to do that yet. So I want to thank you for being with us today. I don't have questions for this panel, but I want to ask if my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, has any questions.
I have an opening statement, Chairman.
Please.
I want to thank you, Chairman, for moving these bills forward. These are few important bills that we have in the council need to move forward, including, as I heard today, a lot of advocates for the Passing Housing Amendment Act. I think that I want to speak today to the bill, the River East at Grandview Homeownership Relief and Restoration Amendment Act. As the Councilmember Ward 8, thank you, Mr. Jones, Ms. Eisworth, and the other owners and some previous owners, unfortunately, who are in the crowd and online. I'm here to speak in strong support of this bill. This bill is about something basic, keeping faith in families who did what we ask people to do, who go to work, get a good career, own a business, and come and own in Washington, D.C. And like was mentioned earlier, most of these people are Black and brown people, just first-time home buyers trying to make a way in order to build stability and create generational wealth. I guess between 2017 and 2019, 46 first-time home buyers purchased home at River East at Grandview in Ward 8. And unfortunately, we are here now. These homes were not just units on a spreadsheet. They were promise of equity, dignity, and a bright future. But that promise was disrupted by a series of issues that forced families to evacuate in 2021. Since then, too many residents have been stuck in limbo, paying costs they shouldn't have to pay, storing belongings, struggling to rebuild, and feeling like their government isn't moving with urgency since the situation. I do want to thank you, Councilman Robert White, even Councilman Anita Bonds, who have worked with me with the executive branch trying to figure out what the solution is. As often, sometimes it felt like we were falling on deaf ears. This legislation is a concrete response. It uses tools we already have. It targets relief to mass realities that people are facing now. First, for property owners and former property owners who have not purchased another primary residence since leaving River East. The bill makes you eligible for HPAP assistance as a grant towards purchasing a primary residence in DC. I heard you, Mr. Jones, talk about you already purchased, Ms. Eisworth talk about she's purchased, but that's 2 of 6 out of over 40 residents. And we want to figure out a way to make them whole. Second, for those who did manage to buy again using HPAP, so these families aren't carrying long-term debts on top of already painful experience. Third, for residents who purchase or will purchase an inclusionary zone and ownership unit as their next primary residence, the bill provides prioritizing and limits the affordability covenant so it ends 15 years after the date they originally closed at River East. This is about giving families a real pathway back to equity and own home ownership as you want people to own right here in Washington, D.C. In plain terms, residents should not be taxed for getting their lives put back together. They didn't ask for it. And so it's our job as a government to make sure they be made whole, and we have not gone far enough. So I want to thank you for introducing this bill. It's my hope that DHCD gets behind this, DC Housing Finance Agency gets behind this, the mayor's office gets behind this to make sure it's fully funded, and we see it come to fruition. In closing, I would say this: Ward 8 families did their part. We had several meetings in the ward, several Zooms, prayer walks, just a lot of Zoom meetings, just trying to figure out what we can do to help them. And it was promised something for 6 months, got extended. They've been advocating, man. This is a strong group of people. They've been organized and advocating, even with their lawyers. Want to thank them as well. But we have to do better as a city. This bill is a step forward to restoring trust and restoring opportunity. I look forward to the testimony today, and the committee. We're working with the committee and our agency partners to make sure this relief is delivered in a way that's fast, fair, and fully accountable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Trayon White. Thank you so much to this panel for being with us today. We will move to our first panel of Okay, we'll do a combined panel of I believe we have 2 in-person witnesses left. Dr. Coquinda Chambers, and Robin McKinney. Is there anybody else in the chamber who has come to testify who I've not called yet? Please come on.
Can we get some heat in here?
I like the AC. I'm good.
Man, we should take rock, paper, scissors.
You know when I have a hearing, they put the AC. Um,
Just,
Yep. All right. Dr. Chambers, you can begin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Councilmember Robert White and Councilmember Trayon White for being here and proposing this bill. We really appreciate it. My name is Coquinda Chambers, and I am a current homeowner at River East Anacostia Grandview Estates 2 condominiums located on Tower Street in Southeast Washington, D.C. I am also a third-generation Washingtonian of the District of Columbia, nurtured in Ward 7 and 8, a licensed healthcare professional, business owner, and employed with the D.C. government. I represent one of 46 families with a diverse demographic of educated, progressive, resilient entrepreneurs and working-class, tax-paying citizens comprised predominantly of Black American women. After purchasing my home in 2018, I noticed the need for repairs in year 2, then received a notice on August 16, 2021, along with my other neighbors to evacuate our homes due to foundations and sewage instability. To date, I have not been restored back to homeownership. I, like my neighbors, applied, cleared the process for eligibility, and got approved through the District of Columbia's First-Time Home Buyers Program under Mayor Bowser's Affordable Housing Initiative. We signed up for safe, affordable, quality housing for our families to establish generational wealth, and for some, our homes were a place to grow or house our home-based businesses, like myself. We did not, however, sign up for shoddy-built homes that have been reported as sliding down a hill. We instead have been left with negative credit reporting, lost equity, years of mental, emotional, and in some cases, physical distress, high mortgage costs, double, triple, in some cases, 4 times the amount of our Tower Street homes renting and or residing with family. There are still a number of residents who have not been restored back to home ownership, including myself. Although I'm not certain of the exact number because the experience has been divide and conquer between us and the district. This is now year 4+ and counting, with many left of no real resolve to home ownership. Despite the often frustration and sheer exhaustion, we continue to show up for our families, on our jobs, in our communities, and for ourselves to ensure we have proper and stable housing. Speaking of showing up, nearly 20 of us rallied together for the latest legislation known as the District of Columbia Consumer Protection Clarification Emergency Amendment in 2024, where the majority council voted against the best interests of our Talbot Street community. We were present and ready to speak to council to share our lived experiences, but that day we were not allowed into the council's closed-door meeting and left outside in the hall without our voices truly heard or considered. While the district did not put the hammer to the nail, as one council member so bluntly stated to the press immediately following the council vote, his comments were both inconsiderate and lacked compassion. Fact is, the district had every hand in the development of the property, from land approval to builders to inspectors to licensure, etc. The district, particularly the DC Council, failed us that day. I had reservations about coming here today simply from having these cyclical conversations for 4+ years with no tangible resolve beneficial to the entire 1262 Talbot Street community. However, it is my hope that this proposed legislation will have a different and favorable outcome. Let's be clear, this is not a request for handouts. This is an assertion of fair and equitable resolve beyond rental assistance and moving costs to restore all who desire from the River East at Anacostia Grandview Estates 2 condominiums back to home ownership, as these were circumstances occurring at no fault of our own. We all were homeowners, not renters, prior to this Tower Street debacle. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Robin McKinney. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chairman White and Councilman White. My name is Robin McKinney. Dear council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the serious conditions I experienced at Grandview condominiums. I am a resident, a first-time homeowner, and a parent of 7 children. I worked hard to purchase my home, and I couldn't have a safer place than I could call home. Stable place to live and a chance to build and better and generate generational wealth for my children and I. Unfortunately, that stability was taken from us because of ongoing and unsolved problems in the building of my condo unit on Talbot Street. I experienced repeatedly water leakage, plumbing issues caused by damage by the structural issues of my home, difficult to maintain for my children and I to stay there. I also experienced electrical problems, which also almost caused fires in our units. They raised concerns of safety about the children, my children and I being there and able to stay. Because of these conditions, my children and I was forced to relocate, displaced, and move to another place. This decision wasn't an option of my own, but because of the situation, I had to go. It was about pretending and protecting for my family in this displacement situation. Now I am a homeowner again, but unfortunately, my mortgage have doubled. I went from homeless to home ownership, and when I bought on Talbot Place, this was the place that I was traditionally called home, create generational wealth, equity for my children and I, so we were able to move on in the future. I am here to testify today because residents should not have to choose between being a homeowner and being safe in the District of Columbia. We did everything right. I had a credit score of 560 who went up to 670 so I can purchase my home. And unfortunately, I can't say I'm a homeowner again, but not to say for the rest of my community and the residents at Grandview, I want the same thing for them as well. Thank you all for everything you have done and you are going to do in the near future to protect homeowners, not just at Grandview, but in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, William Jordan. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm here to support the River East Grandview effort, but of course it doesn't go far enough. It's not even close. So I'm here to ask you to look into other solutions. I do know that under the Park Morton as well as the Berry Farm New Communities Program, there would be 30 units that would be for middle income people. And I think those units should be leveraged as options for Grandview residents to allow them to buy into units we know we're going to build, and they can be built in a way that works. It would only take a partnership between the Housing Authority, as well as DHCD, the Housing Finance Agency, and of course, the legislature to get it done. There's really no excuse that they can't count on those 30 units. We're going to build them. We control every single aspect of the production of those units. There's already a RFP out for those units at Berry Farm. And I don't know what the responses were, but I know the RFP was due in December. So I know that at least 50 units are going to be available for Berry Farm. A portion of those, of course, are for former Berry Farm residents, but others are for the general market. Those units should be available for Grandview. Then I wanted to point out that it can be done. I know it can be done. And because I wanted to look at, in comparison to what this council, the mayor, and agency did for Chris Donatelli, who's currently basically engaged in $100 million mortgage fraud while partnered with DC agencies, right? And then what the DC agencies did, the same ones that I named, helped him at Hill East to engage in saving his projects. Now they're, as far as I know, out of business. But yet the district awarded them more and more development, even though they had to have known that Donatelli was in financial trouble. But yet the city rallied. And again, we're talking $100 million in fraud. We're not talking about how much money was actually on the table. That was closer to $300 million for the projects that he was awarded when the city had to have known that they were in financial trouble and had to have known that he basically engaged in mortgage fraud by forging signatures. That's been all in the news. But we found a way to help him for years. And so I know those agencies can help these families. And the final thing is, you know, it's interesting that all these solutions, whether it was for homelessness, returning citizens said, well, people can stay in the homes of other people if they have these homes, but we're not building homes for these families to be able to help people when they're in need. So the city is actually counteracting what it claims it's trying to do. And it needs to stop. It needs to stop now. It needs to start with this bill. They need to fix it. We know, working with the Housing Authority, we can at least give them 30 options tomorrow, and it should happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jordan, are you suggesting that for folks who have a lot, the city bends over backwards to give them more? And for folks who don't have a lot, we nickel and dime them and inspect every single penny?
Unfortunately, it's worse. We are partners with Donatelli. They have an LDA on all their projects. They can't make a move without DMPED's approval. So when he refinanced, they had to go to DMPED first, get DMPED's approval. So it's even worse than what you're describing. We did it.
So that's one example. I mean, unfortunately, I give a lot of examples of times like if you got a lot of money, we're just going to throw money at you. We're not going to ask a lot of questions. And if you don't have much, we're going to say no to you 100 times. And I don't know why we operate like that. It frustrates me. Mr. Jordan, I agree with you. This bill does not do enough. Councilmember Trayon White and I have tried over and over again to get council and administration support to help these former homeowners, and just keep getting a no. So I'm finally trying to get them to a yes, but I agree, it's not enough. This is, I think, the least we can do. But it doesn't help folks for me to introduce a bill that doesn't pass. It does help them to pass a bill. So I share your frustration about where we are, but I am hopeful that we have found some way that we can get the council and the administration to support folks becoming homeowners again or stabilizing. To that point, Ms. McKinney, congratulations on again becoming a homeowner. It does take a lot of work. When the second home you purchased, did you buy that home with assistance from the district? If so, what kind?
Yes, I use HPAP, and I had to purchase an IZ unit because of the market have doubled. With that being said, I don't have I have a permanent covenant.
Yeah.
If I die today or tomorrow, if my kids doesn't make within a lower threshold of income, which potentially you telling me my kids shouldn't be nothing in life in order to keep an IZ unit, the IZ unit goes back to the city. They sell it for the price that I bought it for. There's no generational wealth. I have 2 kids that are home now who just graduated from college, who just, trying to make things easier for them because you can't rent in this city right now. My mortgage is way cheaper than what I would rent. And so with that being said, is that if I go today or tomorrow, it's a permanent covenant on that house. I still have to pay HPAC back. And I was forced to buy IZ units because that's all that I can afford. And hopefully when I lived on Talbot, I didn't have a permanent covenant. I was looking forward to pulling equity out, for the great grandkids, once I'm long gone, they're able to, because that potentially property would have been worth so much money had it been built correctly, sir.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm continuing to build generational wealth with this IZ unit. It kind of reminds me of a racial covenant that was back in the day. If you look that up, the racial covenant. IZ units are potentially like a racial covenant to hold Black and brown people down, where I've never been able to build nothing off of it.
Yeah.
But I was forced just to make sure that my kids and I have a stable place to live at this point, sir.
Because of what happened at Talbot Street, you were only able to purchase again by purchasing an IZ covenant. But the IZ covenant means that you're not building equity and can't even necessarily pass the home on to your kids if they don't meet the covenant needs. How would, one of the things this bill would do is convert the HPAP loan to a grant. How would that impact you?
Oh, wow, sir, that would be a big impact you're talking about, because in the next year or so, you have to start paying that HPAC money back because it's a loan. And that's something they don't teach you when you go down to these programs and first home buyers program. I learned that from talking to other homeowners, say, Robin, in a few more years, you have to start paying this HPAC back. You talking about on top of my mortgage to have doubled and have to pay HPAC back. I'll be back homeless again, sir. It's impossible. I work for the Councilmember Trayon White, which I am the director of constituent service. I try my best to move further in life so I can make a path for my children and I. And the first thing to help create generational wealth in the Black community is usually life insurance or when you purchase a home.
Yeah.
And so with this being said, I purchased a home to try to build this generational wealth. But if I have to pay HPAP back and my mortgage, eventually taxes, we have, new administration is in office, and it's just not, this is not, what's in place now would not be on my children and our side. In the next 5 years, if you look at the racial population and the equity and the income in our community, eventually I'll be out my home.
Dr. Chambers, I'm sorry I missed this in your testimony. Have you purchased a new home?
Have not.
Okay. What has prevented you from purchasing a home, assuming that you want to?
Yes, I do want to. It's the increased market. It's just really not affordable for the type of space to meet my personal needs and the needs for my business. I did state that I'm a licensed healthcare professional and business owner. And so I was building at the time that I purchased my Talbot Street home. And like I said in my testimony, year 2, I started having problems. So opposed to my focus being in on building my business with my patients and moving forward in that way, I have for the past, like my neighbors, 4.5 years, which was year 2 into me owning a home, where I started noticing problems, right? So it's been a continual of my energy put into that to try to stabilize my home life situation. If you don't have a peaceful, stable home life situation and my business is home-based, it's kind of challenging to make that happen.
Let me ask this as I pass it to Councilmember Trayon White. A lot of folks have argued that the city has already done a lot and enough to help the Talbot Street homeowners. What's your view of that? Do you feel like you're made whole at this point, or the city has done enough to help?
Of course not. I feel like the city has and other entities have provided rental assistance, but we were not renters, like I said in my testimony. So the funds that have been provided, I know that's a huge statement that the district always likes to put forth. Well, we've already paid these amounts of rents and moving costs, but those monies could have been utilized to help get us back into homes, opposed to utilizing funds and taxpayer dollars to continue renting, putting rent provision out for us. We were not renters, we were homeowners.
In my situation,
Turn your mic on. Oh, no, it's on now. Yeah.
I greatly appreciate everything that the city has done so far, but there's always room for more. And I think that's where I look at it at. Moving us out, paying for rental assistance, the money they pay for rental assistance, that could have been maybe a 5 or 6 month, 5 or 6 year of mortgage in my home that I'm in now. And that money could have went somewhere else, but I greatly appreciate everything. But there's always room in any situation to do more.
I appreciate that. Well said. The city has done a lot. I don't want to dismiss that, but has not put most people in a position to be made whole.
I would like to respond to that.
Please.
To what Chairman Mendelson said. That's crazy, right? The city created a situation where these Black families are not liabilities to the city. It's really becoming super frustrating for council members, the mayor, and others to position Black families as liabilities in this city. That is insane. He also said, when I talked about displacement of Black families from the city, he basically said, well, that's just Black families pursuing opportunities elsewhere. So it's time for all that gaslighting nonsense to stop. We have the tools, we have the opportunity, working with the housing authority in this case, but in other cases to solve this problem and others, and we're just misinvestment. I noticed he didn't say that to Ted Leonsis downtown when he tried to go to Virginia. So just please stop that. We're not a liability. We help build this city. We're going to make this city great. And it just, I don't even know how to respond watching these women who I know busted their hind parts and then have that come from city leadership.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hind parts is an old school word, by the way. Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony, even those who emailed us their written testimony. I think about this project. I think about the property Surfside in Florida that in 20 years didn't move this much. And even while we're going back and forth about what to do with our residents, we still have a property in Ward 8 that's still dilapidated and could potentially still fall. And I think that I sit on a number of meetings about different priorities in Ward 8 around development, around projects. And I think about how much is currently being invested in certain pockets. When we already have a parcel of land we can reinvest into to build a better, more stronger and safer community right there on Tower Street. And so that's going to be in my letter to the mayor as she talk about her budget in a couple of months. Why are we not just investing in rebuilding the community? It's not that hard to do with the $20 billion budget we have. And we grapple about DC not having the money. It's not that DC don't have the money. It's just not a priority of what we really want to see happen. You talk about in the last 4 years, averaging, let's say 20 billion, that's $80 billion, right? And this been going on since, 2017, 18, when it was first built. And I heard you talk about the cracks initially in your property. I heard, Mr. Jordan, you talked about Berry Farm, which is something we want to focus on. But there are other properties in Ward 8 that DHCD has jurisdiction over that we can figure it out. And I know Manor has taken over some of the properties to fix them up, but we have to be intentional. I want to work with my colleague to ensure we can find housing for not those, just you all here today, of course, but also those who may not be able to make a hearing downtown in the middle of DC during work hours. So we keeping that in mind. I did want to jump to you, Dr. Chambers, as you talk about the impact of you not being a homeowner at this moment. You talked about the doubling in prices. And I heard Ms. McKinney talk about her credit going back up. How does this affect you, not just with your housing, but the other aspects of life as try to get rehoused, other opportunities you can be taken advantage of? Because one thing I know is that when your credit score is affected, everything is affected. You're paying more, if not double, for regular things that you would not normally pay for at no fault of your own. If you could speak to some of that.
Yeah, so I had to do some work with credit repair to address the fact that our loans were discharged. So that's also an existing issue. Some of the homeowners have paid off forgiveness reported to their credit. So it has not affected their credit reporting in that regard. But like myself and several others, it's reported as a discharge. And a discharge sits on your credit for 7 years. So if I'm not mistaken, right, I'm not a financial person, but I believe that that's what the duration of time that it is. And so while it has not prevented me from moving forward with the pre-qualification, because I had to do some of the credit repair to get it reported correctly to my credit, to the credit bureaus, it still is something that will sit on the credit reporting for 7 years. And that's a problem. We should not have had to endure that. And I also wanted to mention, in regards to what the city has done and have not done, there are still people who have not had their mortgages released. We're still talking about 4.5, almost 5 years later, and there are still homeowners who don't have their first trust mortgages released. That's the problem. So they therefore cannot move forward, you know, in any type of way. It's kind of difficult. As you mentioned, it keeps you kind of at a standstill. So that's how it has affected me in particular as far as my credit is concerned. But also the need of the space that I have. So we had 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath homes.
Right.
While it's me, I do have a mother who does have her own place, but I am her caregiver. During the time that I was displaced, you know, she was having a surgery, and my home was going to be the home to house her, to take care of her, to care for her properly. And then also my business. So now what I'm faced with, this is a challenge with finding a new property, not just the houses being outpriced, right? They're overpriced, the market is too high, but finding the accommodation for the space that I need beyond a 1 or 2 bedroom. And so in my opinion, none of us should have to have downsized or go without the provisions that we had with our properties at Tower Street.
Got you.
Yeah.
And one of the other things I was thinking about from a government perspective, when you said initially you noticed deficiency to the house early on, what can we do as a government to go after the bonding of the construction or the developer of the construction? Because early on, we lack a lot of tools to help homeowners in this government, even condo owners. And so I think about how can we go after the bond. I think they filed for bankruptcy or something like that, developers. But we have to figure out a way to still hold them accountable, because you have to have a certain level of insurance and bonding when building these projects. And to your point, I think somebody made this, that it was approved as a steady, livable property for people to move in, inspections and all of that. So we do have the burden on this government. I was sad to see the other members didn't support some of our initiatives to move you all forward. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds? To you, Ms. McKinney, I know that you were able to still land somewhere, but the transition is still has been hard for you. I guess I wanted to know, using inclusionary zoning, because we get those calls a lot, you know, not a lot around home ownership, but it's inclusionary zoning, how difficult it is to navigate the world of inclusionary zoning, to land a property, get in and get where you need to be.
Well, as we know, the process isn't an easy process. The process, you had to have a certain amount of people in a unit. You have to make a certain type of income that would qualify you for that unit. So I purchased mine as 50%, which I think roughly about $200-something thousand versus the units are on the market for $609,000. So with that being said, even though I got it at a discount rate, I'm still have to pay, you know, my interest rate was kind of high because of the market of last year when I purchased my house in last April. Also the HOA fees, which can possibly go up right now. They're at a stable space because we have not sold only maybe 7 of our units have sold out of 20. And you're talking about taxes, you know, abatement and things like that, staying in that type of income bracket of everything like that. So it's not even talking about homeowner insurance because of what happened in Talbot Street. My homeowner insurance isn't cheap. I'm considered a liability at this point.
Wow, that's something else to consider. And I think about, you know, I got a call from one of your neighbors. I won't say the name, but just you've been able to move. You're not in the same comfortable environment as you once were in this new spot. And I guess I was thinking, how does this affect our mental health for those who are going through this stress and this anxiety? And I think we have to think about that too.
I'm currently in this, since it started, I suffer from sudden move syndrome from being homeless and going to home ownership, packing up bags, living out of totes and everything. So when I landed on Talbot Street, this was my permanent home. No more living out of totes, no more living out of bags, no more sudden move syndrome, which I suffer from. So for me to be able to have to up and move within a couple of years and me explaining to my kids, they said, Mom, we were never a homeowner. If we're a homeowner, why you had to move? And so my children, I still suffer from sudden move syndrome, which now that I'm just starting to get comfortable unpacking, I still have things in my garage. I have not used my garage to park my car because I suffer from sudden move syndrome. And that is something that what carried me on until I, continue to get help and support from my neighbors. My neighbors have been a big support to me because I was the only person there who had a lot of children and 12 grandchildren, and Jackie and Dr. Kay, and I mean, everyone always poured in to help me and my family, but we've separated now. That close bond we had to looking out for each other, making sure everything's all right and everything have, separated. I live alongside to Tion, which is a big help as well, because he's over to oversee and help me out as well. And yes, and to mention that we as OTZ owners do not know how to renew the process yearly to go for IZ, especially with a new administration. And so that was one of the things too, because we don't know if I go to there tomorrow, my children don't know the process. We don't know how to keep up every year because again, I feel like this is a racial covenant. But for the most part, I'm just working day by day. Thank you all for the support, especially you, Councilmember White, Trayon White, and Robert White, Councilman Robert White. You came to my home and threw me a house, came to housewarming and, came out. And then later on, I showed you cracks and you just, was kind of upset to know just that fast. And Councilman, you had all the meetings, we did the walks and everything. You all have poured in so much into us. Unfortunately, bad things happen to good people. And we are those good people that something bad happened to.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. I just want to note for the record that 6 years ago, the Tower Street residents submitted a resolution to the council and the executive outlining a path forward to restore them to home ownership, including things we've added to this bill. The city has delayed over 6 years and instead chose to provide the residents with rental assistance. So I want to be clear that was useful, but it's not what they had asked for. They didn't want to wait 6 years for this to be resolved. If the city had listened to them the first time, they would all be homeowners by now. We would have saved a lot of money. They'll also submit this resolution for the record for this hearing. Again, I want to acknowledge all that DHCD and the administration has done. And we are where we are, and we should not deny that and what it's going to take to help these homeowners. So thank you very much to this panel. All right, we are going to move to our virtual panel. I want to remind folks that I will have to run out for just a few minutes. I'll probably recess to be on the safe side for 15 minutes when I do to make a statement at another hearing. But I think we'll be able to get through our first panel of public witnesses. David Callahan. Davina, sorry, thank you. Susan Riggs, Senior Director of Housing Policy with ASPCA. De'Ara Dupree, Isaiah Nicholson, Lauren Breen with the Animal Policy Group, Natalie Japlin. And you may have to hit accept promotion. I see Davina Callahan, so you can begin your testimony when you are ready. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Davina Callahan. I am a native Washingtonian and one of the 46 homeowners from Tower Street. In 2017, I purchased my home feeling excited, accomplished, and proud. I had recently graduated with my master's degree, obtained my social work license, and learned that I was expecting my first child. It was a time filled with hope and promise. After purchasing my home in good faith, I moved in with the expectation that it would be safe and a stable place to live, a place to welcome and raise my firstborn and to build lasting memories. Instead, I experienced the complete opposite. Shortly after my purchase, serious structural issues became apparent. We were forced out of our homes, and since that time, we have continued to suffer the consequences of this devastating situation, financially, emotionally, and mentally. To this day, many of us are still enduring the pain and trauma caused by what happened to us. While the city or others may point to what has been done this far, it must be made clear that what has been done has still resulted in some of us going from homeowners to becoming homeless. I ask you to pause and truly consider, how did we get into this situation? Who is to blame? And more importantly, who should be held accountable. I can say with certain that we, the homeowners, are not to blame. We were told to move out of our homes in 2021. Now, nearly 5 years later, we are still begging for the support we have been requesting from the very beginning. This hearing should not be about why this legislation should be passed, because there should already be an agreement on that. The only real question is when, and the answer is now. Now is when we should be freed from this nightmare. Now is when we should be able to move forward with our lives. Now is when we should be able to rebuild and pursue the generational wealth we set out to create from the start. Thank you for your time and consideration. As you deliberate and prepare to vote, I ask you to reflect deeply. If this were you, if this were your daughter, or if this were your family, how would you then vote on this situation?
Thank you very much. Susan Riggs, Senior Director of Housing Policy with ASPCA.
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Housing Committee. I'm Susan Riggs, Senior Director of Housing Policy for the ASPCA. I'm speaking today in support of the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025, and we thank Councilmember White for the introduction of the act and Councilmembers Bonds, Lewis, George, and Parker for your support. We appreciate the protections that the act provides for district homeowners that are responsible pet owners of unfairly maligned dog breeds. This is an important step to ensuring that insurance restrictions do not result in unnecessary barriers for these households. However, for the 60% of district residents that rent, the scope of the language prevents a significant equity gap. In order to ensure that this action aligns with the goals of Roscoe's Law, the scope of the act should be expanded to include protections for multifamily and renters policies. Given your statement earlier about the oversight and the scope of the act, Chairman White, I'll cut my remarks short, but I will say that I have written language for similar laws in effect across the country. And given this experience, I've taken the liberty of marking up the language of the act to effectuate the goal of ensuring equitable protections for all district housing types. And I'm happy to provide these to your office as appropriate. And I thank you again for your leadership in removing barriers to keeping pets and people together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. De'Ara Dupree, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Robert White and members of the committee. My name is De'Ara Dupree. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the River East at Grandview Home Ownership Relief and Restoration Act. While I'm not a current or former resident of the River East Grandview condominiums, I am a district homeowner who purchased a house in Ward 7 in the Deanwood community in 2023 using HPAP and EHAP assistance. I'm here today because my experience as a first-time income-restricted homeowner emphasizes why this bill matters and why it should be passed. This legislation acknowledges an important truth. When government programs are used to promote homeownership, the district has a responsibility to protect residents from harm, not trap them in financial and housing instability. The proposed amendments expand HPAP grant eligibility, converting loans to grants, and adjust affordability covenants. They're necessary responses to a situation where homeowners were placed in unsustainable conditions through no fault of their own. Although my situation differs from the River East residents, I want to share briefly how similar systemic failures have affected me. When I purchased my home, it looked beautiful and passed inspection. However, shortly after moving in, I discovered that the shower had been improperly installed and was leaking into my kitchen and my daughter's bedroom. I had to file multiple insurance claims and replace flooring throughout my home. I later discovered a serious rodent issue caused by a large open hole behind the stove, another issue that wasn't identified during inspection. Beyond the physical condition of my home, safety has been an ongoing concern. Since purchasing my house, my car was stolen by a tow truck early one morning. A neighbor was shot and killed in an alley at night. My home was recently broken into through the rear. Another neighbor was stabbed. A woman was assaulted on my parking pad before I was able to install a gate. Someone even showed up believing they had purchased my home due to a real estate scam requiring MPD involvement and deed verification. These experiences have made one thing painfully clear. Passing an inspection and qualifying for HPAP doesn't always mean a home is safe, sound, and sustainable. I want to be very clear. I do not believe this bill was designed to address neighborhood violence or broader public safety concerns. However, my testimony highlights two systemic issues that intersect with this legislation. First, home ownership programs must include stronger oversight and accountability for inspections. HPAP supported buyers that are first-time home buyers who rely heavily on inspectors and district safeguards. When those safeguards fail, homeowners are left to deal with costly repairs, unsafe conditions, and long-term financial strain. Second, housing stability is inseparable from safety. The district must continue to explore legislation that ensures residents feel secure in their homes, not only for juvenile crime, but also for substance abuse activity, fraud, and violence that destabilizes neighborhoods. The River East legislation is a step in the right direction. It recognizes that when residents are harmed by structural failures, flawed development, and inadequate oversight, relief must go beyond sympathy. It must be real financial and legal remedies. I strongly urge the council to pass this bill and to continue building on it by strengthening HVAC inspection standards and exploring policies that protect homeowners after purchase. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Isaiah Nicholson, welcome. All right. Isaiah Nicholson, if you see an accept promotion button, please hit it. In the meantime, Lauren Breen and with the Animal Policy Group.
Hi, council members. Thanks for having me today. My name is Lauren Breen. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Animal Policy Group. We work with veterinary and animal welfare partners to advance animal welfare initiatives and expand access to care. Thank you so much to Councilor White for passing Roscoe's Law, or the Pets in Housing Act of 2024, and being a champion of this issue. We supported this bill last year and continue to support these efforts to accomplish our shared goal of keeping people and their pets together. We're in strong support of the Pets in Housing Amendment Act of 2025 and fully recognize the necessity of these amendments for the full and effective implementation of Roscoe's Law. In addition to the important already contemplated language in the current version of the bill, we respectfully request that the language in Title I be expanded to include the protections that are needed from breed restrictions in insurance policies for both landlords and tenants, in addition to homeowners. As written, the language does not provide the same protections to renters as it does to homeowners. It does not ensure that renters or rental housing providers have access to insurance options without breed restrictions. As many of us know, property insurance and renters insurance companies arbitrarily discriminate against certain breeds of dogs without any scientific basis for these policies. Landlords cite this issue as a barrier to becoming pet inclusive, resulting in a scarcity of pet-friendly housing rentals. As a result of these unfounded discriminatory practices, like breed restrictions by insurance companies, tenants with certain larger dogs are significantly more limited in their housing choices. For the housing providers that do want to change their policies and be more pet inclusive, they have a difficult time finding insurance options that are both affordable and allow any breed of dog. Housing is increasingly less affordable and pet ownership is on the rise. With renting being the only feasible option for most, we want to ensure we are removing unnecessary barriers and enshrining the intent of Roscoe's Law in an equitable way. Finally, we also fully support the amendment to the implementation language for Section 3 of Roscoe's Law and thank the council member for addressing this important issue so that the remaining pieces of Roscoe's Law can become effective as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Isaiah Nicholson, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the committee, and council staff. My name is Isaiah. I'm a Ward 4 resident and am testifying today in strong support of B 260544. 5 years ago, my wife and I became first-time homeowners in the district, a significant achievement for my family and one that my wife and I worked years to achieve. We planned carefully, saved diligently, and did everything we could to approach homeownership responsibly. That responsibility extended to every part of the process, including how we insured our home and how we represented our family, pets included. We are proud adopters of a rescue dog. From the very beginning, we have been conscientious owners, investing in training, maintaining veterinary care, and ensuring our dog is a safe, well-socialized member of our community. And he is all that and more. And so when it came time to obtain homeowners insurance, we acted in good faith and disclosed our dog's known breed mix to our preferred insurer. While most people who meet our dog think he is a golden retriever mix, he is actually a combination of pit bull, chow chow, and husky, quite literally 3 of the most common banned dog breeds. This is a gentle, loving dog, and despite the fact that he has no history of aggression, no bites, and no behavioral issues of any kind, our initial insurance application was denied outright solely because of what we reported. This decision had nothing to do with his temperament, behavior, or our record as responsible owners. This is a dog who is constantly complimented by strangers for his calm demeanor, gentle nature, and friendliness. He often gets pushed around by neighborhood chihuahuas and puppies, yet none of that mattered. The decision was based entirely on a label, not on risk, as demonstrated by behavior or history. As a result, we were forced to seek coverage from a limited number of insurers who do not impose breed restrictions, often at significantly higher premiums. For first-time homeowners already navigating rising costs, this creates an unnecessary and unfair financial burden. It also places families in a difficult position. Either be fully honest and pay a higher premium, go through a less reputable insurer, or feel pressured to withhold information simply to access basic housing protections. That is not a system that rewards responsibility, transparency, or ethical decision-making. The Pets in Housing Amendment Act of 2025 offers a more balanced and equitable approach to an often forgotten aspect of pet ownership and living in the district. By shifting the focus away from breed-based assumptions and toward actual behavior and ownership responsibility, this legislation promotes fairness while still allowing insurers to manage genuine risk. It encourages competitive choice in the marketplace rather than concentrating power among a few providers willing to insure pet-owning households of dogs like mine. This legislation represents fairness, accountability, and common sense, and I strongly urge its advancement for the benefit of homeowners, renters, and the animals who depend on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Natalie Japlin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the council. My name is Natalie Japlin. I'm a volunteer with several animal rescue and community outreach organizations in the district and surrounding area, including Pet Unity Project, P3, Perfectly Paired Kitties, and Humane Rescue Alliance. I have lived in Ward 2 for the past 6 years, and I'm here to express my strong support for the Pets in Housing Amendment Act of 2025, particularly the provisions that close the insurance loophole and allow the FIS provisions to proceed. I also testified for Roscoe's Law in 2024 and appreciate all the work that was done on that bill as well. I'd like to briefly share my own experience. My partner and I are both remote workers who have chosen to remain in DC largely because of the strong community we've built, much of it centered around our dog Peaches, who I adopted from the Humane Rescue Alliance in 2021. I often joke that if you know me, you know Peaches, but if you know Peaches, you might not know me. She truly has a social life and influence of her own. And through her, we connect daily with neighbors, business owners, local workers, strengthening the social fabric of our neighborhood. She's also opened my eyes to the very real barriers faced by dogs labeled as restricted and by extension, the people who love them. I did not know about breed restrictions before adopting her, and she is a pit. And it was something that I learned about when I was looking to move into a new building. I was able to navigate this, but recognizing my own privilege, I think it really is my responsibility to speak up for those who don't have the same access or resources. The Pets in Housing Amendment Act represents a strategic investment in the district's long-term stability, competitiveness, especially for remote workers like myself, and reputation. DC needs this. For many of us, our dogs are a vital source of social connection and emotional well-being, especially in today's political, social, and economic climate. I would like to think that if a decision was determined solely based on what the progressive, inclusive, and compassionate thing to do, I could skip the rest of my testimony. However, understanding that the council will probably hear opposition from national insurance interests, I would encourage and urge consideration of the many major insurers that have already been mentioned that operate without breed-based exclusions. These companies demonstrate that breed-neutral policies are both feasible and responsible, and they reflect the direction in which the broader market is moving. As conveyed in legislation passed to repeal breed-specific legislation in late 2025 in Prince George's County, decisions made on individual dog behavior versus a breed label keep people safer and reduce bias that harms our communities. I urge you to support this legislation and ensure it moves forward without carve-outs that weaken its impact. By doing so, the council can help dismantle outdated and ineffective barriers while creating a more inclusive, stable, and humane housing environment for all DC residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this panel. I don't have many questions on pets and housing because I introduced this bill because it's something I believe in very much and have worked very closely with these incredible advocates and volunteers to get Part 1 passed, and now we are determined to get Part 2 passed, and appreciate the feedback around renters insurance as well. That is a correction I do intend to make before we pass it. So thank you all so much for continuing to be engaged in this. Ms. Callahan, you have not purchased another home, is that correct?
I did purchase a new home. I purchased a new home in January of last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you use a district program when you did that?
I did not use HPAP. I did qualify for HPAP, but with all the stipulations, I decided not to use it. They wanted me to sign over my deed from the previous home and kind of agreed to not pursue legal actions and all this other things, which I was not in agreement with. So I did not give them my deed, and they would not give me HPAP without giving them my deed. So I did not use that, but I did get EHAP because I am a government worker.
Okay. And did displacement from Tower Street impact your ability to save and build wealth? I know you've been able to purchase, but have you been impacted by it?
Absolutely. I feel like I've been impacted in every way that you can imagine, the mental, the financial, and so forth. Like Robin mentioned, I also had to seek legal mental support when I was seeing a therapist, and I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety. In regards to the financial piece, absolutely, especially with the uncertainty where they will renew the lease and then they will say they're not going to do it and they'll wait to the last minute of saying they will do it, especially with like this final one where they were saying our last time to renew was January the 31st. I actually got approved for my home on January the 29th, because I just was, I didn't have other options. Some people may have been able to go live with their mom or their dad, or go and get an apartment. It wasn't an option for me. Purchasing a home again is what I was committed to. And financially, it had a strain on my pocket because I had to come out of my pocket to buy this house. I couldn't afford it without putting some money down. So like Robin said, my mortgage was maybe like $1,200, $1,300 at Talbot Street. And now my mortgage is about $2,600 now.
Wow. And Ms. Dupree, you did you say you used HPAP, and you're concerned about like gaps in the inspection process?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's connected to HPAP, or is that a broader Department of Buildings issue?
I think it's a mixture. So another thing that happened is my house was extended. My house, if you look on the records with DC, it says it's 900 square feet, but it's 1,200 square feet. And I think that's where a lot of the gaps happen. I don't know if that's a Department of Builds issue or if that's an HPAP issue, but a lot of this just wasn't caught. And as a first-time home buyer, I didn't think to look on DC records. The only reason I looked on DC records is when I wanted to build the gate and I wanted to go through, I don't know I think that's the Department of Builds that had to go through.
How do you, what in the process do you wish had been different? Like, what would have helped prevent the issues that you're dealing with?
I think having like, I don't know if it's called certified inspectors, but some type of inspector that like HPAP knows is actually going to inspect the house thoroughly. Like you have to, like the inspector would have to go through some type of training or process to be a part of HPAP. Because I feel like mine was just like more so working with my real estate agent to just get me to buy the house without actually doing all the right things. Because had I, like now I know if I ever buy a house again, which I don't know if I buy a house in DC again, but if I was to buy a house again, I'm pulling out the stoves. I'm doing things that I didn't know to do before because that was something that was very simple to see. I mean, with the shower, I feel like that was also something that an inspector should have known. Like I shouldn't have had to go through insurance to get new floors throughout my house because of mold spread.
Right.
And so, yeah, I just feel like HPAP could have did a better job at making sure the inspectors were actually like good. Cause I feel like all you had to do was just sign something and send it back to HPAP and they're like, okay, cool, here's the money.
Mm. I appreciate that. That's a broader issue I'm looking at. I think often homeowners are relying on Department of Buildings to inspect for things that we don't know to look for. We wouldn't know if work was done right or not. But too often, homeowners are left holding the bag for gaps in what I believe should be caught in a city inspection process. So this is something that we are looking at, and appreciate you coming to this hearing. And want to thank everybody for your testimonies. I don't have any further questions for this panel. I'm going to take a brief 15-minute recess and then reconvene with what I believe will be our final panel, and then move to our government witnesses because I have to make a quick statement in another hearing regarding a young man who lost his life too soon. So thank you all very much for being with us, and we are in a brief recess. We are resumed. We'll call up our next panel, Kara Johnson, Jerusalem Belai, Shannon Gopal, Jessica Simpson with the Humane World for Animals, Yvonne Lawson, Oscar Macchio Hamel with Hamel Builders. Yes. So if you are virtual, which all of these folks are, if you see an accept promotion button, please hit that. And Kara Johnson, I see you are with us. You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. Just give me one moment, please. Good afternoon, Chairman Robert White, Councilmember Trayon White, and fellow council members and staff. My name is Kara Johnson. On August 30th, 2021, life changed forever for 46 families at 1262 Talbot Street. In one of the most expensive cities in America, stability, community, and the simple dignity of calling a place home were shattered overnight. Today, in January 2026, many of those families are still living with the same wound, still displaced through no fault of our own. Move-ins to Talbot Street began in 2017 through 2018. 100% of us were first-time homeowners. Many were first-generation homeowners. Many owners, including myself, had mortgage rates of 3.8% or lower. We worked hard. We attended hundreds of hours combined of first-time home buying classes, repaired our credit, attained certifications, saved and budgeted every dollar, and followed every rule. We did our part. We, the owners, did our due diligence to purchase in good faith, yet the city, developer, and various city agencies did not do theirs, which has caused distress, delay, disappointment, and destruction in the lives of 46 families. Over the years, our community has received countless media attention, including being named a debacle in 2023. And although public attention was direct to our community in recent years, the overall time is much longer. With the first move-in in spring 2017, that would put the community at a minimum of 9 years lost. 9 years of home equity, financial economic stability, wealth building, community projects, and lifelong memories. 1262 Talbot Street was not just an address. It was a thriving community, a place where neighbors knew each other by name, children played together, and dreams of building generational wealth was in reach. And those dreams now have been on hold for nearly 9 years. In January 2022, Mayor Bowser launched the Black Homeownership Strike Force with a goal of 20,000 new Black DC homeowners by 2030. As this is the final year of the Bowser administration and potentially some of the council members, I urge you to remember that some of those families are right here, still waiting to be restored to home ownership. Now, I want to say publicly that I'm definitely grateful for the temporary rental assistance that was provided from the various city agencies. But today, I am humbly but urgently asking the DC Council to pass the River East at Grandview Homeownership Relief and Restoration Amendment Act, that this injustice no longer continues to stand, and to help the rest of our community reclaim what was taken, to help us rebuild what was lost and move forward for good. Your decision today will define whether 46 families remain victims of a broken process or become a story of restoration and resilience. And I hope that this council could be remembered for standing up for fairness and rebuilding trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Simpson with Humane World for Animals.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Simpson, and I'm a program manager specializing in companion animal policy with Humane World for Animals, formerly the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our organization and our DC supporters, thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of the Pets and Housing Amendment Act of 2025. As you know, across the country, policymakers are grappling with a rapidly changing housing market defined by rising rents, limited supply, and increasing barriers to stability for families. These pressures don't fall evenly. Renters with lower incomes and communities of color who are more likely to rent face heightened housing insecurity and fewer options. In this environment, and in particular for pet owners, access to property insurance, whether for homeowners, renters, or housing providers, has become increasingly a significant factor in whether people can secure and maintain their housing. In response, several states are re-examining these insurance practices that are not grounded in actuarial data, particularly blanket dog breed-based restrictions. 7 states have recognized that these policies do not reflect modern housing realities or sound risk management and have passed similar laws to what's been proposed in the bill today. We appreciate your attention to the concerns raised about limiting these insurance protections to only homeowners and urge the council to extend them to both multifamily commercial and renters insurance policies as well. In doing so, Roscoe's Act can achieve its intended goals and ensure that renters with pets are not unintentionally penalized. Fair and consistent standards give homeowners, landlords, and renters confidence in their coverage and prevent arbitrary barriers that disproportionately affect those with fewest housing choices. Finally, this bill importantly resolves a technical issue that has delayed implementation of Roscoe's law. The passage of that law was a landmark step for district residents. Thank you so much for your leadership in that. That was such important work. And this legislation is critical to carrying that work across the finish line and ensuring that the promise of that law is realized in practice. Thank you again for your time, your leadership, Chairman White, and for your commitment to a more equitable and stable housing commitment for district families and their pets.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Yvonne Lawson, you are up next.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. I am Yvonne Lawson, one of the Talbot Street homeowners. I know you are all well aware of the housing challenges we as Talbot Street homeowners have faced over the past 5 years. Thank you for allowing me to testify, or us to testify again on this matter. This journey has been marked by instability and uncertainty, but also by hope. I am deeply grateful for the rental assistance my family received for the past 3 years, or for 3 years. That support quite literally kept a roof over my head and over my newborn daughters at the time. It gave me time to plan for the future and to rebuild my life as a new single mother committed to remaining in the district. During that period, I worked tirelessly to prepare for home ownership again. I partnered with NACA, advocated relentlessly to clear my first mortgage, secured a new mortgage, and re-entered the housing buying process again. Give me 1 second. But eventually, I found myself with my back against the wall, forced to choose between paying an astronomical amount in rent indefinitely or purchasing a home under significant financial strain. I chose homeownership again because it represented stability and positive future for my child. However, I was unable to utilize HPAP at the time of my purchase. While HPAP is an invaluable program, I simply could not afford to take on an additional loan layered on top of my new mortgage. I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart to please pass the River East at Grandview Homeownership Relief and Restoration Amendment Act. This bill is inclusive of homeowners who have not yet purchased and plan to utilize HPAP, as well as those who previously used HPAP. It is a critical step toward helping families like mine regain stability and to move forward. I also ask that you consider my unique circumstance by adding a provision that would allow an HPAP grant to be issued to former residents who did not previously utilize the HPAP loan for this go-around. Allowing that grant to be applied toward reducing the principal balance of an already existing mortgage, just as if it had been used at the time of the purchase, would provide meaningful and life-changing relief for my family. Housing stability is not a luxury. It is a foundation of security and a family's well-being. I urge you to pass this bill and to consider this amendment so that this policy truly reflects the lived experiences of residents who are doing everything they can to find peace in a heartbreaking circumstance. Thank you again for your time and leadership.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Macio?
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Maxio. My company is Hamo Builders. We are a construction company mainly focused on renovation and new construction of affordable and workforce housing. I want to thank you, Councilmember White, and the entire Housing Committee for hearing our testimony to the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act. As a business owner and Ward 1 resident, I want to start by saying how grateful I am for the tremendous investment our city has made in all housing, including affordable and workforce housing. As my accent gives it away, I'm an adopted Washingtonian. My children were born here, and I want to leave the best city possible for them. So I've spent 25 years in real estate and construction, and from my experience, affordable housing has generally been built to a higher performance standard. When it comes to energy performance, particularly since 2006, with the introduction of enterprise green communities, affordable housing has been required to exceed all those energy codes and performance. My company has been leading in the sustainability space for over 15 years now. Among our projects where we did the DC's PACE pilot project. We also renovated, I should say, Weinberg Commons in Southeast DC, which was delivered in 2015. And it was the first passive house retrofit in the country. We also delivered in 2014 the Asbury, a passive house certified building with 108 affordable housing apartments in Berry Farm. Now, the current path to net zero is through passive house. All electric buildings with extremely tight envelopes and very sophisticated mechanical systems. These are attainable goals and steps, but multifamily residential buildings operate very different from a school building or a commercial building. The systems have a different cost to install. So the first cost, there's different, but they're also expensive to operate and maintain, and they're highly technical and sophisticated. At a time when rent collection is a challenge, those costs put real pressure on property owners. Many of these new passive house projects are just coming online. We need time to operate them, see how they actually perform before we move to the next level of requirements. We should let real-world data guide our next decisions. It's important to remember that DC will be powered by 100% renewable energy grid by 2032. As the grid gets cleaner, the carbon impact of high performance all-electric buildings will continue to improve, even without constantly increasing construction mandates that make it harder for us to build and develop affordable housing. As we heard from Patrick from Somerset and Susan with Habitat earlier today, even without mandates, developers and us builders are already pushing for better building performance for the benefit of our residents. We support sustainability, but we also need policies that protect the financial viability and long-term stability of affordable housing in the city. So the two takeaways I want to leave you with are, one, the cost impact of pursuing net zero are real at a first time, as well as operating and maintaining. And two, our affordable housing industry already delivers a better performing and more efficient housing option for lower income residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I think that's it for this panel. Couple of questions. Let me start with you, Oscar Macio. So you mentioned some challenges in the housing industry, like rent collection. What rent collection is an issue for owners of established buildings. This conversation is about construction. What's the connection there?
Well, we still need to solve, and there has been certainly new legislation that's helping cure that. But as we look at retrofits and renovation and new construction, if we deliver a building that has a high cost to operate and maintain, these are sophisticated systems. that we leave behind us. We're strictly builders, but if the operators don't collect the rents to pay for the upkeep of these systems, these systems will start to have catastrophic failures. So that's the connection that I'm trying to make. We need to make sure that our buildings are operating properly, collecting rent, and then we will have a better environment.
And what I'm still missing how that creates an issue for you as the builder. I want to make sure I understand that.
I am here in the capacity of, I'm in the affordable housing industry, and also as a district resident, I just want to make sure that we make good, sound decisions. So building it, yes, we can build anything, right? The issues are, can they be developed? Can they pencil out? Can a developer make them, economically viable? It's the kind of the overall arching question.
And you mentioned, and others have mentioned, that some of the green building requirements make it harder to build. I get why it might make it more expensive, although I know at least one witness would disagree. But how does it make it harder to build as opposed to just more expensive?
It's cost. It really costs. I would say we can build anything. It's just really what it's going to cost to maintain and operate. I think the difference that I wanted to strike with commentaries that were made earlier is the fact that a school and a community center are different than a multifamily building. In a multifamily building, you have 100 different environments, 100 different families, all with different choices for whether whether the room is cool or hot, however they want to maintain their environment. In a school or a commercial building, there's one payer and he or she controls the temperature, so they monitor the whole thing. When we build a multifamily building, we're trying to make sure that every apartment has all that level of sophistication for the system to deliver just enough heat, just enough ventilation to operate. And that's where the difference comes in. That there are a lot of systems that go into place to make that happen. And they're very sensitive, they're new, they're modern, and they can have failures. Where if you have a school, you control the whole school, you control the entire environment. It's different for the multifamily side, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. Kara Johnson, I think you purchased again, but did not use HPAP. Is that right?
I have not repurchased, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Yvonne Lawson. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Yvonne.
It's
and
okay.
saying,
Yes, I did.
okay. So what what distinguishes, so yeah, I think a lot of people would look at your case and say, well, Yvonne Lawson was able to purchase again, so clearly things panned out fine. Everybody else should be able to do the same. What's the distinction? What's the best response to somebody who might have that notion?
So yes, I was able to repurchase. I didn't utilize HPAP as Davina had mentioned before. One of the stipulations was giving up the deed for our Talbot Street home, and I just was not comfortable with doing that. During the process of us receiving rental assistance, I had saved. And I wanted to utilize, I set aside a couple dollars, obviously, so that I could repurchase just in case. We were in a situation where my back was against the wall. I can't afford to spend $4,000 or $5,000 on rent in a safe neighborhood for myself and my child. But I've lost the equity in the home that I had purchased. My rent was under $1,000 when I was at Talbert, and now is triple that amount now. And so with other Talbot Street homeowners, I believe it was 6 of them that were able to utilize funds that came from the government for their down payment and closing costs, and things of that nature. I'm just I would love to be able to tap into that as well. And yes, as I already did repurchase before, when I did HPAP, it was a loan, or that's what was presented to us, which is why I didn't utilize those funds, because I couldn't tack on an additional expense for on top of my mortgage. But now that uh, it might possibly turn into a grant, I would love to be able to utilize those funds to add to the principal of the loan that I have right now, because it is a struggle. It's a sacrifice that I had to do for myself and my daughter. And yeah, I'm penny pinching. Every month I am checking my bills and just seeing what is leaving my account and coming in. And it's an uncomfortable state to be in constantly. So being able to utilize HPAP as a grant would give me a little bit of peace of mind.
I appreciate that. And Kara Johnson, um, what has prevented you from purchasing a home again since leaving Talbot Street?
My income has changed drastically over the last several years. At one point, for almost 3 years, I've been working 2 jobs just to make ends meet. I had contract positions that I lost, and I was facing severe housing instability that I actually moved back in to my dilapidated condo last year after the rental assistance expired. I moved in for some time last year just so I can get myself together. So even today, I am not in a position to repurchase in DC.
And with with that, would an HPAP grant rather than a loan uh, help you in your situation?
Absolutely. Because as we know, HPAP, it is a loan that is, I believe, interest-free for 5 years. We need a grant, and I say we as a community, we need a grant to move forward. The average home cost in Washington, D.C. is over $500,000. And this is not new construction. This is something from maybe 15, 20 years ago. Um, Again, as I put in my testimony, many of us bought with very low interest rates, with very reasonable mortgage payments, even including our condo fees, which was relative to our income. That is not the case today. For those who have repurchased, you've heard the testimonies that their mortgage rates have doubled. And for those who have not repurchased, we either living with family, experiencing homelessness, or we're paying double in rent.
I appreciate that. And I'm glad you're putting that on the record, as others have. It is just really important to note how different the housing market is now compared to when you all first bought. Just everything is different and much more expensive. Oscar Macio, one other question, 'cause I asked this to someone earlier, but want to get your perspective as well. When government construction projects or commercial projects can't meet Appendix Z, they can seek an exemption from the Green Building Advisory Council. Why can't affordable housing developers with renovation projects do the same if they believe, you know, a particular project won't work, as opposed to creating a whole new system for residential construction?
So as we've learned, the panel that it's a volunteer panel that were not set up to be processing waivers, but that seems to have what they've been asked to do of late. Certainly government funded certainly, you know, like the Capital One Arena, you know, like that project has the wherewithal to get all the consultants and everybody behind them to go and present the information needed. An affordable housing project, while it is getting supported by district funds, they are at risk of their own funds before they get that point of getting the city's funds to contribute. So it's a cost. You're presenting to a panel that's not really designed to process those waivers. I think that's just kind of been something that just started to happen, but that's not what they were originally invited to do. And I don't think much of the panel has expertise in multifamily housing to even evaluate those waivers. It could be an onslaught of waivers for them to start thinking, to start reviewing, how to evaluate them all. Yeah, I don't think there's a viable channel right now through that channel. Apologies for the redundancy, but we don't have a clear path for developers to pursue that waiver.
Okay.
That would need
I
to be ramped
appreciate
up
that.
in a whole panel. It's a whole new panel we put together.
Okay. Well, I wanted to thank this panel for being with us. Jessica Simpson, again, this is a bill I'm all the way for. So I don't have a lot of questions, but I am very glad that folks came to testify about it because we do need a record. I can't be the only one supporting it. So you all have helped create a great record. So don't want anybody to be concerned about the lack of questions around pets and housing, but I will be excited to get that over the finish line. So thanks so much to this panel and to our public witnesses. Look forward to working with you all to get these various bills passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Commissioner Jamila White, Chair of ANC 8A. And welcome, Commissioner. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Did you call on me, Chair White?
Yes, Commissioner.
For a second. Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Chair White, Councilmember Trayon White, and other members of the committee for allowing me to be here today. My name is Jamila White. I'm the chair of ANC 8A, in which the Talbot Street residents reside. And so I am testifying on behalf of those residents. And I first want to just say thank you to the residents. I've been here for most of the hearing today. Your testimonies have been absolutely inspirational. They've been heartbreaking. And I just commend you for the work that you're doing to continue to advocate for yourselves and advocate for our broader community. So thank you. My testimony will be short, but the ANCAA has been supporting our Tower Street residents since this incident has happened. One of our commissioners was personally affected, so it's been a very concern of the ANC. We have passed several resolutions that we have sent to council and the mayor supporting the Talbot Street residents, resolutions and requests for making this right, like trying to right what went wrong. And we know whenever there's harm to be done, that it has to be the repair. And the repair should come from those who were harmed. They know how that repair has to happen. So my testimony is to fully support this bill. I agree with what has been said. It does not go far enough, but Chair White, you've already mentioned that you're trying to get it to a point that it can pass. Specifically, things that we want to push that's included is for the covenant to be lifted on those Tower Street homeowners who had to purchase under IZ. As several of the homeowners have mentioned, it's limitations for them to create generational wealth, right? We know that majority of the homeowners were first-time homeowners. Majority of them were Black, significant amount of DC government workers, the people who run our city, right? Being able to afford ownership opportunities and not allowing the opportunity for them to build wealth is extreme, in my opinion, a racial inequity and more so a racial injustice. We know that DC is one of the most racially inequitable, has one of the biggest race-based wealth gaps in the entire country. 81 times percent the wealth gap between white families and Black families in the district. And this is also one of the richest cities in the world. So there's a contradiction with so much of wealth in DC that so many Black Washingtonians just do not have access to this wealth. And putting in place these restrictions continues to further that injustice, that inequity for futures to come. In addition, we fully support the Talbot Street residents with their requests to not only have the covenant listed for those who had to work in purchase through IZ, but also to be able to get as much forgiveness and grants as possible so that they can be homeowners again. As several of the homeowners mentioned, this has impacted them and their families the most. I'm glad to hear that we did elevate the mental, physical, and emotional distress this has caused on 46 families. But in addition, that has also caused a lot of distress within the community. This atrocity has impacted the entire community within Anacostia and also future development that's looking to come into Anacostia. So I want to support our neighbors and families from Talbot Street and urge the council, urge this committee to push forward and try to get this bill approved. And I hope that we can come back and add additional reparations once we have a new council that may be more supportive of righting this wrong. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you for your work advocating for these residents and your continued commitment to this cause. I'd like to get this through, and then if there's more we can do, I think we should. So thank you very much for being with us and for your testimony today. We'll now bring up our first government witness. I'm gonna start with Patrick McEnany, who's been has a confirmation for the Housing Production Trust Fund Board. And I'm going to swear you in because now you're testifying as a government witness. So if you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thanks so much. If you have a opening testimony, you can give it now.
All right. Good afternoon again, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Patrick McEnany, and it is my pleasure to receive your consideration for my nomination to serve on the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. I'm grateful to Mayor Muriel Bowser for nominating me and honored to have this opportunity to serve the residents of the district. I'd like to start with some brief background on myself. I was born here in the district and grew up just over the border in downtown Bethesda. I moved back to DC in 2014 to take a job with 1776, a local civic tech incubator focused on smart cities, where my role was to travel the country to understand urban growth trends and economic development strategies in emerging tech hubs. What I quickly discovered during my travels is that many of the most successful cities around the country were getting increasingly worried about the same problem: rising housing costs. I decided after that experience to focus my career on this issue of housing affordability. I left my job at 1776 to pursue dual graduate degrees in economics and urban planning here in the district at Georgetown and Johns Hopkins, where I wrote my master's thesis about the construction and preservation of affordable housing in DC. After graduating, I began work as an affordable housing developer at Somerset Development Company, where I now serve as the development director for the district. At Somerset, I work on all aspects of our projects, from site acquisition and concept design, to financing and legal, to construction management and tenant and community relations. During my time at Somerset, I have managed projects totaling 867 apartments and $222 million in financing, including private capital, low-income housing tax credit equity, private loans and mortgages, government loans, and tax-exempt bonds. In the 12 years since I began that job at 1776, it gives me no pleasure to note that the problem of housing affordability, both here in DC and all across the country, has only gotten worse. This is one of the fundamental challenges of our time. Rising housing costs are exacerbating inequality, fueling populist rage and resentment, and hollowing out the middle class of our cities. When I began my career focused on housing affordability, some people questioned why I wanted to focus on such a narrow and specific topic. Today, I don't get any of those questions. Virtually everyone understands that the status quo is untenable, and it is going to take long-term effort and dedication to solve it. Over the last decade, as the district has faced this problem, we have built a well-oiled machine through the Housing Production Trust Fund. As you know, the trust fund is an innovative public-private partnership model that provides low-interest construction loans to build and preserve dedicated affordable housing. Since 2015, DC has invested over $1.4 billion in the trust fund and built and preserved over 10,500 affordable units. Our success in establishing, growing, and utilizing the trust fund earned us a reputation as a national leader in affordable housing. While this work has not made our housing affordability challenges disappear, it has made a meaningful dent in the problem by creating and preserving diverse, mixed-income communities in neighborhoods across the city. It is a track record we can be justifiably proud of. However, we have more recently gone through an exceptionally turbulent period in the affordable housing industry. During the pandemic era, well-intentioned reforms and policy initiatives regarding emergency rent assistance and evictions led to a surge in rent non-payment that hit particularly hard in low-income housing properties. Rent non-payment destabilized the finances and operations of many buildings, leading to a wave of defaults, foreclosures, and property sales. To address this issue, DHC last year announced it would use the Housing Production Trust Fund to support existing properties at risk of foreclosure. 69 properties totaling 7,700 affordable units applied for $144 million in emergency financing. This was a stunning and painful reversal after a decade of progress. Since this crisis first emerged, the Council has passed a series of legislative reforms to address the rent delinquency issue, and 2026 is hopefully the year that we will start to see some positive impacts from these changes. The Housing Production Trust Fund and the district's affordable housing initiatives writ large are now at a pivotal inflection point. We need to steady the ship, to restore balance to the affordable housing ecosystem, and to begin to move forward again with our core goal of building and preserving dedicated affordable housing. As a member of the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, I will do everything in my power to support this effort. The trust fund is a vital resource that belongs to all of us as district residents. We should all be deeply invested in its success. It is not a perfect tool, but it is our most important tool for expanding the supply of dedicated affordable housing here in DC. And as any economist will tell you, increasing supply is the only serious way to solve our housing affordability challenges. The advisory board is, as its name implies, advisory in nature. The job of a board member is to listen and take in information presented by the agency and the public, and to provide sound guidance to the agency on policy and procedural matters. If confirmed, I pledge to provide such guidance based on the principles of transparency, fairness, and effectiveness. I was raised by two government workers in a community that prizes public service and good governance, and I promise to bring that ethos to my role as a board member. I also pledge to work in a spirit of cooperation and partnership with other board members, and I'm proud to say I have a strong collaborative relationships with all of the other individuals recently nominated to this board. One thing I love about working in the affordable housing industry is that even when we are all working for our own specific organizations on our own specific projects, we work in service to a greater cause that is bigger than any of us individually. This work is about building communities and a city that we can all be proud of. I'm ready and able to step up and do my part in that effort. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you again for being with us and your willingness to serve. What's your vision for the Housing Production Trust Fund over the next few years? You mentioned we're in a difficult place. Where do you see us going? Where do you want us to go?
So I think a lot of ways what we're hoping to get to is back to the standard that existed before COVID, when we were able to have kind of a regular, steady, predictable process for new projects to come forward. That as developers, when you're going to look at a preservation project or maybe a vacant piece of land, say a parking lot, even though it's always challenging to put the financing together, there was a system that we knew we could count on. There were kind of a streamlined application process that was fairly straightforward, predictable in its timing, and that we could then arrange financing and find partners on a normal timeline. I think we are still not there yet. We need to get back to it. And I would say that's step one, and then we need to go deeper. It's not like the system we had before COVID was working perfectly. I think there was a lot of areas for innovation and new opportunities, especially trying to get, which is always a big challenge, deeper affordability targets, that 30% AMI, which I think we've always relied on vouchers, but I think there's opportunity for us to be a little more creative in ways we try and tackle that. But the goal is to get back to where we were pre-COVID and then expand on it as well and get out of this turbulent era.
How should the fund balance production and preservation? I mean, production only matters if you're producing more than you lose. And the vast majority of our housing stock is pretty old in this city. So what's your view on how we should balance that?
It's absolutely important for us to do both. And our company has experience both in doing preservation projects and new construction. Preservation is often the best bang for your buck, that it's a little cheaper in some cases to acquire existing buildings and do some renovations. And certainly to your point, we're in a time when we're losing existing buildings. You kind of have to fight that fire first. But over the long run, we can't only do preservation, right? The reason at the core that we're at a housing crisis in the city writ large, not just in the affordable housing world, is that we only have so much supply and there's a high level of demand, and that is what's making prices go up fundamentally. So it is still very important for us to build new projects as well. And I would say especially in areas that historically haven't done their fair share, and where actually it's also important for other policy goals for integration, desegregation, for us to be building affordable housing in those communities as well. But I'd say definitely it's important for the trust fund to do both and set up a system where those projects can compete on a fair and even playing field.
Do you have any thoughts on how we reduce that competition? Because I don't think you'd get any argument from anybody on the council or very many people in the city that we need to continue to produce. That's not a question. Where we really continue to fall short is preservation. So do you have a sense of how we do both without those two things competing against each other?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to just having a selection criteria system that works well. One of the biggest challenges with preservation and new production is that they're very different, right? When you do preservation, you're taking an existing building. Those conditions are what they are. Whereas in new production, when you're designing from scratch, you can basically design a project that's trying to target all the various goals that are outlined in the selection criteria and the qualified allocation plan. And so there's always a little bit of a challenge. The preservation projects are at a disadvantage because they can't change their unit mix, or they can't change the incomes of the folks who are already there to try and target deeper affordability levels. And so the key is, I think, having, there's different ways to do it. You can have two separate pots of money. You can have just different scoring criteria, but I think and D2's experimented with this in different ways over the years, but we have to have a system where you're comparing apples to apples. And so that the new production, which can usually, again, design the projects better to match the scoring criteria, isn't totally crowding out the preservation. The other thing I'll say on the preservation side is sometimes we confound existing buildings that are in need of repairs but aren't necessarily at imminent loss of affordability with the really urgent issue of expiring affordability covenants, where there's actually affordability that's going to be lost and the property could turn to market. There's always been a challenge going for basically 100 years in affordable housing that we never really have enough financing in the long run to pay a lot of operational costs. So we've gone through many cycles of properties falling into disrepair and needing emergency cash infusions. But that, I'd say, is in some ways almost a slightly different challenge than the immediate loss of buildings that are going up for sale and rents are going to go up, or the prices are going to change.
I appreciate you making that distinction, because I didn't articulate when I'm talking about preservation, I am generally talking about keeping buildings from falling into states of disrepair such that they're out of the market. But preserving affordability covenants is also an important aspect of preservation. So I'll need to be sharper about how I talk about that. One of the other balancing challenges that I'd like to know your thoughts on is production generally versus deep affordability. With the Housing Production Trust Fund, we do both, but how should we be looking at balancing bringing new units, market rate units in with the significant need for more affordable units?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good question. And I would say we absolutely have to be doing both as a city. I think it's never a good position for us to be at a place where we say we only want to build dedicated affordable housing, because adding new market rate housing overall is actually the biggest thing when you look at the macro level, what's going to make a difference in the overall housing market and overall rent and housing costs. We have to be building just general supply overall. And that actually helps to support dedicated affordable housing programs, because it's actually deed and transfer tax revenue and other taxes that come in from the city from that increased tax base that help to fund our dedicated affordable housing program. So I think to support affordable housing preservation and production programs, it's also very important to support market rate housing overall. But the goal is certainly with the trust fund has always been, we want to make sure that we're making sure the rising tide lifts all boats, and that we're also including lower income folks as well. And one of the challenges we still have, as I mentioned earlier, is getting to those really low income thresholds, folks who make 30% of area median income. Usually those rents are not enough to even cover operating costs long-term. And so we need additional long-term operating subsidies, but those tend to be very expensive. And so I'd say we still have a lot of work ahead of us in finding, it was nice for a few years when the city had lots of money and we could fund tons and tons of vouchers, but obviously that's behind us and we have to get a little more creative now. But ideally, we're in a system where we are getting lots of market rate production done, getting affordable housing done, and then also targeting that deep affordable housing. So we're building housing for folks at all levels of the income spectrum.
Want to put a finer point on the aspect of preservation. I secured $30 million this fiscal year for preservation in the Housing Production Trust Fund. I fully agree with you from an economic and market perspective. If we don't build more housing, housing is going to get more expensive. But a reasonable person would say, DC, you've put well over $1 billion into building housing to subsidize projects, and I still can't afford to live here. And that concerns me. Like, it's not working well enough. Do you have a sense of what we need to be doing differently, and what the biggest drivers of per unit costs are for housing in DC?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Like I said in my testimony, the challenge is, even though we've stood up a lot of programs and spent a lot of money, I think anyone can objectively say the problem has not gotten better. It's gotten worse. And it is, I think, cold comfort to say, well, it would have been even worse than it is now without the programs we have. I think that is the reality, though, when you're dealing with the scale of the housing crisis in this country overall, that the amount of spending we would essentially need to do to fully cover all the rising housing costs for everyone is just so astronomical. It's bigger than the city's budget, right? The housing market is an enormous chunk of the district's economy. And so we're always fundamentally limited by how large the city's budgeted in terms of what sort of programs we can do. So there's always room, I think, for us to be creative with public spending. But again, the trick then is what can we do beyond that, beyond just spending more money to help have wider impact. Certainly with the comprehensive plan rewrite coming up in the city, we have an opportunity to think more broadly about regulatory reforms and constraints on overall supply. Certainly zoning is probably, in the grand scheme of things, the single most important thing we can do, but also a very contentious change to make. And then we can also look at how we're updating our building codes. There is a regular process of the DC Construction Codes Coordinating Committee that I think there's probably a lot of opportunity for us to dive into that a little more in the weeds and see if we can make changes to our building code to make the cost of building a little cheaper and help to speed more projects along as well. But those are kind of the big market supply issues. I'd say for the challenge we still have for people who are longtime residents, we also still have to have some decent protections in place, tenant protections, things like that. Those are still a core piece of the puzzle for making sure that people who are stably housed here can stay stably housed.
All right. Less an issue for a nominee for the HPTF board and more sort of a broader issue for leadership in the city. There's often criticisms of some of the COVID era housing tools that the city used, things like rent control, but unless and until folks can give an alternative path to making the city actually affordable for folks, I think there's going to continue to be pressure to go in that direction. And so, I do want to challenge the folks who critique the tools we use. there's no confidence that if we just let the market do whatever it wants, the city's going to be affordable. And so I think that there does need to be a time where we articulate, a workable path forward, because the city is unreasonably expensive, particularly with respect to housing. How do you view or suggest that we as a city view the balance between the number of units and the number of multi-bedroom units? One concern I have is that we seem to focus more on the number of units we build and less on the number of multifamily buildings, which means that we're not, building a place where families can grow. Do you have thoughts on that, and what role the Housing Production Trust Fund or the board plays in that?
Just to clarify, you mean larger bedroom units, like units with multiple bedrooms?
More bedroom units.
Yes. Okay. Absolutely. No, that's a very key area, right? That we don't just want to be building a bunch of studios in one bedrooms. We need to be building units for families of all sizes. We certainly in our projects always try and strive to incorporate as many 3-bedroom units as we can. And what's actually interesting when you look at the scoring system that the agency utilizes for selecting projects to the trust fund, there's incentives for doing a higher percentage of 3-bedroom units. And usually when you do a sensitivity analysis, an actual economic analysis, and you say, okay, here's the various points that I can try and chase in the scoring system for doing, above and beyond green building standards or deeper income targets or more family-sized bedrooms. Of all of those, usually the family-sized bedrooms are some of your best bang for your buck, that it doesn't add that much project cost. But it also gets extra points to be kind of considered a higher priority project. So it's something I even always point out to other developers, that we are building an incentive there that is actually relatively attainable to build more 3-bedroom units. I haven't actually seen the math on how, as that's been incorporated in, if we've seen a switch in the unit mix at all that's being funded. But that's the right way to do it. You're essentially incentivizing developers to design buildings in that regard. It doesn't help on the preservation side, as I mentioned, as you can't change the unit mix. And then the other thing I'm curious about, this is in the affordable housing world, but broader speaking, in the multifamily world, in DC, we just lived through a giant demographic wave of 20-year-olds moving into the district, as well as aging seniors, that was actually creating a huge demand for 1-bedroom units from both kind of the younger demographic and the old demographic. That wave is essentially crested. And so there's literally not as many 20-year-olds moving to the district as there were 10 years ago. And so I'm curious to see, naturally in a market, the product would slowly evolve to match the changing demographic. Now that wave has aged, right? That wave of 20-year-olds are now 30, young 40-year-olds who are trying to start families. And so there's kind of a wave of demand that is literally moving along with that segment of the population.
To Maryland and Virginia.
Exactly. If the market can't build to accommodate that demand. But it's interesting. So 10 years ago, the demand was very heavy for 1-bedroom units. And as that demographic has shifted, the demand is higher for 3-bedroom. I don't know if we've really seen the market fully adapt to that yet, but the demand helps to drive the supply.
Which is one of the reasons that it's not the job of the market to identify and curate for where we want to go. That's the job of city leaders. And so if we're building a lot for 20-year-olds, then I think ideally we're saying, okay, in 10 years, we suspect a lot of them are going to get married and have kids, and we still want them to stay. And so even if the market is not building for those future families, we've got to be smart enough to do that. And I think we are often behind on that. And so we're like chasing a lagging indicator, which is going to shoot us in the foot a lot.
One thing I would add, just that is a great opportunity for family housing, is more row homes, right? Row homes are kind of the quintessential family home in DC, but it's actually illegal to build row homes on nearly 50% of the land in DC because of zoning. And so if you can't build it, of course, you won't be able to supply it.
Yeah. One other question, I want to be transparent with folks. You're somebody I have a lot of respect for. I seek out your thoughts on counsel on a number of issues. Not that I will always necessarily abide by it, but I do get it. But the Housing Production Trust Fund Board makes recommendations for projects. You work for an affordable housing developer. How do you intend to deal with conflicts of interest?
Yes, absolutely. It's a great question. It was certainly the first question that I had when I was initially recommended for the position. So one thing that's important about this board is it's an advisory board, right? It doesn't actually have any decision-making power to set policy or personnel or approve individual projects. It really kind of does these public meetings once a month where we review information on an aggregate level with the agency and provide recommendations to them and also to the public. In Somerset, we've been on the public record saying very clearly we do not think it's appropriate for active developers to participate on boards where they do have decision-making authority on those things. That does represent a clear conflict of interest. And so in this role, we think that that's less of a concern, but certainly if anything ever did come up that we think would represent a conflict of interest, I would certainly recuse myself and remove myself from any even discussions or recommendations that I thought would impact any projects of ours.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have. I want to thank you again for being with us and for putting yourself up for this service role.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We will turn to our final two agencies, DHCD and DCHA. And I would like to call Director Colleen Green from the Department of Housing and Community Development and Isabel Guide, the Sustainability Program Manager with the DC Housing Authority. All right, Director Green and Ms. Guide, I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand for us to swear in our government witnesses. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Ms. Guide, did you answer in the affirmative? Thank you so much. Director Green, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members, and staff of the Committee on Housing. My name is Colleen Green, Director of the DC Department of Housing and Community Development. I appear before you today to discuss the following bills on today's agenda: the River East at Grandview Home Ownership Relief and Restoration Amendment Act of 2025, the Powering Local Utility Guidance and Housing Act of 2025, and the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act of 2025. In our steadfast commitment to affordable housing in the District of Columbia, DHCD remains focused on producing and preserving quality affordable housing, increasing home ownership opportunities, and revitalizing neighborhoods. We appreciate the Council's shared commitment to support the housing goals of the District of Columbia. My testimony today will highlight DHCD's positions and recommendations on these bills for consideration. First, the River East at Grandview Relief Bill. First, I would like to acknowledge here again that the experience of losing a home for the owners of River East at Grandview is nothing short of devastating. We recognize that what happened to the Talbert homeowners was unexpected, and it is understandable that there is lingering frustration amidst their efforts to move forward. DHCD remains committed to ensuring the homeowners continue to be supported by the district's efforts and resources in response to the circumstances of this unfortunate event as they work to secure a new permanent home. Though the nature of this devastating situation would normally be handled as a private matter between the developer and the homeowners, Mayor Bowser has been committed to exploring solutions that could support the recovery over the past 4 years. To that end, since 2024, the district has supported Talbot homeowners through mortgage, utility, and rental assistance, cash for moving and storage expenses, forgiveness of debts, and new down payments toward new home purchases. Through fiscal year 2025, the amount of assistance the district has provided to the homeowners reached a total of almost $15 million. Additionally, Talbot homeowners continue to remain prioritized and eligible for HPAP through December 2026 and for inclusionary zoning units for sale. This bill proposes measures aimed to further assist the homeowners in their efforts to reclaim homeownership and stability through 2032, primarily through conversion of HPAP loans to non-recoverable grants, reducing affordability covenants to 15 years on any IZ units purchased, and excluding relief assistance received from any tax liabilities. While we understand the committee's intent behind these proposed changes, DHCD respectfully opposes the bill as drafted. The HPAP and IZ programs both function to create and support long-term affordability, housing stability, and wealth building for district residents through home ownership opportunities. HPAP assists low and moderate income first-time home buyers to enter home ownership, and loans are structured as deferred zero-interest loans to preserve affordability. Converting these loans to grants transforms the program from an access to ownership tool into a post-purchase equity subsidy. IZ is an affordability preservation program. This is why IZ covenants are intentionally long, typically 30 years or more, to preserve affordability for not only the current but future income qualified buyers. Allowing early release from covenants for the purpose of increasing homeowner equity would be fundamentally inconsistent with IZ's statutory purpose, undermines the program's goal, and erodes the long-term affordability stock. In closing, DHCD respects the intent behind this legislation and the needs of the affected homeowners. However, the bill's proposed changes conflict with the foundational purposes of HPAP and IZ, creating significant precedent and operational concerns to two of the district's most important affordable homeownership programs. The district has taken significant steps to provide relief through the Relief for River East at Grandview Owners Temporary Act of 2024, and we remain dedicated to supporting Talbot residents moving forward with securing a new home. The Powering Local Utility Guidance and Housing Act of 2025 proposes to improve utility coordination and clearance processes for affordable housing projects as a solution for speeding up a portion of the building permitting process. Although we support the council's recognition of the need to strategize ways to improve production pace for affordable housing projects in the district, this bill creates significant operational and financial risks for DHCD and for the affordable housing projects it seeks to support. For reasons which I will discuss, we oppose this bill as drafted. DHCD's core mission is to finance the preservation and production of affordable housing. This bill proposes a new role for DHCD to assume direct operational responsibility for utility coordination, including technical design, consulting for utility-related engineering, administrative scheduling and inspection coordination, tracking and managing corrective actions, and leading interagency data integration with utilities. These new functions relate exclusively to permitting and infrastructure rather than housing finance. DHCD is not equipped to provide utility coordination services. The technical expertise that is required to consult on utility design in project loans would involve creating a new division with a team of additional staff possessing specialized backgrounds in engineering, permitting, and utility design. Aside from a need to further perform the operational and fiscal impacts of this proposal, we believe these functions are misaligned to our mission and risk further slowing rather than accelerating affordable housing project delivery. Moreover, this bill assumes that offering a public utility coordination service will better support projects with obtaining their permits to accelerate production. However, in the experience of developers, the consistent and most challenging issues lie with the performance of the utility providers, such as unpredictable review timelines, inconsistency in inspectional scheduling, late-stage changes, and lack of transparency in utility decision-making, causing costly redesigns, construction delays, financing penalties, and diminished investor confidence. We believe that without addressing the root cause of the challenges that with the utility providers directly, projects will continue to encounter delays, potentially making them worse. DHED supports the Council's goal of improving utility coordination. To achieve this, we recommend that Council consider addressing the root cause of the issue by improving performance standards of utility providers. Since 2015, housing affordability has been one of Mayor Bowser's highest priorities for the district. Her commitment and longstanding leadership through historic investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund and prioritization of deeply affordable units has positioned the district as a national leader in affordable housing production. We are encouraged by our achievement of the mayor's housing goal with 36,000 new housing units created by 2025. Yet we know we must continue building on this progress. The district has also committed to ambitious climate goals, which require a transition to high-efficiency, all-electric buildings powered by renewable energy to help us achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. DHCD prioritizes sustainability in affordable housing and fully supports energy and water-efficient projects and their positive impacts on the environment, resident health, and utility costs. However, our green building and housing affordability progress efforts that should and can advance together, not in competition. We believe one priority does not have to compromise the other. This bill helps operationalize the vision to make both possible. Since 2007, DHC has held affordable housing projects to advance green building standards in our request for proposal using the Enterprise Green Communities criteria, which has required district residential projects to be highly and aggressively energy efficient compared to market rate projects. The EGCC has been used as a national standard in the affordable housing industry and has helped move our public residential housing further in the district's goal to achieve carbon neutrality. In 2022, the council passed the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act, which made a revision to the Green Building Act of 2006 with net zero energy requirements for publicly owned and funded buildings. The original bill was intended to require net zero energy compliance for the district's non-residential buildings, but was passed with the inclusion of public residential buildings to also adhere to that requirement. Accordingly, the bill failed to provide a transitionary period of funding for affordable housing projects to come into immediate compliance and did not consider substantial barriers to meeting and maintaining net zero energy in public residential buildings. We appreciate that Council has since recognized the serious challenges presented by the GGBA by providing temporary limited exemptions for residential buildings from the net zero energy standard. Last month, the third round of emergency and temporary legislation was passed to continue this exemption for our affordable housing projects. But now more than ever, we need a permanent solution that will allow our housing partners to continue to produce and preserve affordable housing with certainty. The Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act of 2025 offers a permanent solution through a thoughtful, balanced approach to urgent district priorities, accelerating affordable housing production and advancing the district's climate and energy goals in a way that is achievable, predictable, and financially responsible. While DHCD is supportive of a full exemption for affordable housing, DHCD supports this measure as an achievable alternative towards the net zero energy standard. Importantly, it recognizes that affordable housing partners face unique regulatory and financing challenges, and it provides a clear, practical framework that allows the district to move forward towards net zero energy standards without jeopardizing our production and preservation certainty in the pipeline. We appreciate the council's leadership and look forward to working together to explore an appropriate exemption for affordable housing to implement this legislation and deliver the energy efficient, affordable homes that all district residents deserve. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. Ms. God, do you have testimony as well?
Yes. And apologies for my scratchy voice in advance. I'm still recovering from the winter virus that's going around. Good afternoon, Chairman White, committee members, and staff. My name is Isabel Guide, and I'm the Sustainability Program Manager for the DC Housing Authority. In my role, I lead and support initiatives focused on improving resident health and well-being, primarily through energy efficiency improvements and reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. I am testifying today to provide the DC Housing Authority support for Bill 26-0541, the Green Housing Coordination Amendment Act of 2025. In November and December, DCHA submitted testimony in support of the Green Housing Coordination Emergency and Temporary Amendment Acts of 2025. Our agency is also in support of a permanent legislative solution that prioritizes sustainable design strategies to support the preservation of deeply affordable housing. DCHA supports the climate goals of the district and is proud to operate in a jurisdiction that prioritizes the health and well-being of our buildings, and most importantly, our residents. DCHA works diligently to balance the district's climate goals with our mission to provide quality and safe, affordable housing in an extremely challenging economic environment. I'd like to shed some light on the sustainability efforts that DCHA has undertaken so far. Our agency has been working hard to modernize our portfolio while creating healthier and more sustainable homes for our residents. Starting in 2008, DCHA systematically scaled energy efficiency improvements across our portfolio, amounting to more than $100 million in investments through dedicated capital funding. This capital has funded HVAC, domestic hot water, insulation, lighting, and solar projects, all aimed at improving resident well-being and reducing DCHA's building energy use and overall carbon footprint. DCHA is seeking to further standardize energy efficiency improvements through the utilization of the Enterprise Green Communities Framework. This framework is the affordable housing industry's leading green building design standard and places an emphasis on both improving a building's energy performance as well as quality of life for residents. Our agency also pays close attention to the district's building energy performance standards, also known as BEPS. DCHA will continue to closely collaborate with the DC Department of Energy and Environment to ensure understanding of these regulations, as our capital planning processes and equipment specifications will need to be tailored to help meet our agency's required energy reduction targets. Although DCHA has already integrated sustainable design strategies and initiatives across our portfolio, there are still significant challenges experienced in meeting the district's net zero design requirements. For example, DCHA has replaced natural gas boiler systems with high efficiency models within the past several years across 16 properties. Overall, that high efficiency boiler campaign has resulted in an energy reduction use of 20%, which is greatly supporting our portfolio's compliance with DC's building energy performance standards, while also ensuring that our residents have reliable heating. Some of those same properties are currently in the design phase for major renovations. Without the exemptions in place from the recently enacted emergency and temporary legislation, these projects may trigger DC's net zero design requirements. In turn, that would force the premature removal and replacement of our relatively new high-efficiency boilers, resulting in wasted equipment and costs. Additionally, given the sunsetting of most federal incentives for all-electric systems, the impacts from tariffs, and overall inflation, it has become more burdensome to identify and source the funding needed to replace natural gas equipment within its useful life. Aside from replacing natural gas boilers, additional measures needed to meet net zero design standards require significant capital. As noted previously, funding is becoming less and less available, and at the same time, the cost of these investments are increasing. For renovations, increasing our building's electrical capacity, which will be necessary, will be a significant expense. Additionally, there are high costs and sometimes space limitations when transitioning mechanical systems from a central mechanical room to individual units. To paint a visual, that transition might look like going from a building's HVAC and domestic hot water equipment being located in the basement to being moved into a dedicated closet within each residence unit. Finally, it's important to distinguish between the tougher decisions that need to be made when renovating an existing building compared with a new construction project. With new construction, you begin with a blank slate, but renovations require the repair of aging infrastructure, which will likely result in a majority of the available funding going towards the highest priority repairs, such as life safety items for residents. With a net zero design requirement in place, the funds needed to repair the building's highest priority needs could be in competition with the measures needed to meet net zero design. In short, the net zero design requirement would compel DCHA to dedicate time and capital to replacing equipment that is still delivering a significant return on investment, supports our compliance with building energy performance standards, and of course, improves resident well-being. We appreciate and applaud the efforts of council members, their staff, and our sister agencies, and look forward to working with all relevant stakeholders to ensuring that balanced permanent legislation is enacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guide. Director Green, before I jump into, I'm going to start with the green housing coordination, but before I jump into that, on Monday, December 8th, 2025, I sent you a letter asking several follow-up questions after the November 20th hearing, where we discussed DHCD returning LIHTC credits to the national pool. I had originally asked for a response by Friday, December 19th, which was 9 business days. You asked for an extension, but we are now at January 13th. When can we get a response?
We hope to get something to you this week.
Thank you. On the green housing coordination bill, Director Green, if we were to let the recent emergency bills series lapse and hold subsidized housing construction to the net zero standards in Appendix Z, how would that affect your work?
We would not be able to fund all the projects that are currently in the pipeline because there's a cost attached to obviously creating the net zero standards that are higher than the current standards, and projects in budgeting are planned in advance for the current standards. So that would be a significant increase that we wouldn't be able to manage with our current funding.
We had one witness today testify that it does not increase the cost of building. He cited 2 things. One was utility costs for the end user. The other thing he cited, though, were 2 school projects, Benjamin Banneker and John Lewis, suggesting those 2 came in on budget, which I believe they did. How do we square the testimonies, yours and others, who are saying it increased the cost of construction, and the testimony that it does not?
Well, the buildings that you reference are commercial buildings, so that's a big difference. The other thing is too, it would increase because there's a change in planning, a change in architectural plans, a change in consultants being used. So all those changes add up to additional costs. If we started with, net zero going forward, that's different. And nonetheless, he's right in saying that the end cost is probably beneficial. I actually can't testify that, but that's a whole movement towards sustainable, that overall the costs for utilities in the long run are cheaper for the end user. But that doesn't talk about what we're experiencing right now. So there's planning that's happened, there's MEPs that have happened, there's, construction, all those would have to be changed. And it does actually, from our experience, it does cost more when you make changes, and it does cost more to put those standards in place that haven't been planned for.
What if we devise language such that Appendix Z would apply to any project that has not started in any way? So all future projects. Would that address the increased cost issue?
It would, in terms of, so all future projects could be planning towards net zero, yes. However, I do believe from our studies that it is an additional cost per unit to actually build toward net zero. One is because there's not a lot of net zero residential product that is created, like the type of stoves you would need or the type of utility equipment that you would need. That's not readily available for residential projects in mass. So it would be an additional cost. I think you need to ramp up to that. I think you need some time to ramp up that and have the industry catch up. So, and I think that one of the things that going with enterprise green communities does is that transition to it, and it allows the ramp up. Green, that standard has been planning since 2009, 2007 to move towards net zero. It's been a policy for that long to get towards net zero, and they take into account what it takes, the cost, especially when it comes to affordable housing development. So we'll get there. I think that that jump would have significant impact.
Okay. Some of my colleagues have argued that projects where net zero energy compliance is not feasible, could simply go to the Green Building Advisory Council or GBAC to seek exemptions. What's difficult about that process? Or do you think that that can work?
I mean, I think that's a possibility. I am not familiar with that process, but my understanding is that could take some time. It's unpredictable. And at this point, we don't really want to do anything that would divert interest in investment, divert any other issues with the market. And I think that that would have to be something, unless it was automatically done, you know, that would be a challenge. And I also can't speak to the bandwidth, right, of having to go through that exemption process in another agency, adding another step.
Right. You know, on that point of adding another step or anything else that introduces project delays, do you have a sense of whether how much that inflates the cost to the city? Yeah, is there anywhere we could look to see what the cost of delay is?
Sure. I mean, I could, you know, do some estimation on that, but I think first of all, whatever the application is for them, that's a cost. We have to do more architecturals, more MEPs to produce their waiver. You know, I don't know what kind of witnesses they need and what kind of documents. So, you know, in the cost of housing development, there are consultants. Every time you engage a consultant, there's a cost to that. So they can plan for the waiver, but there's probably a cost to going through the waiver process and making the argument in getting the waiver done.
Ms. Guide, I do have some questions for you. If you have thoughts on anything I'm asking, please chime in. But I am coming to you with some questions regardless. Could DHED between now and the close of the record, which is when? 27th. Provide the council with a data breakdown on how the different energy efficiency and electrification standards we're considering would likely affect unit production, cost, and speed? Is that something you all could do?
I think we would have to do that in consultation with DOE. So I can't speak to them, but I think we'd have to do it in consultation with them.
Okay. It would be helpful, as you might have heard in the opening, the chairman has referred this bill to like 30 different committees. And so, you know, there are legitimate concerns, and most folks outside of this committee are not focused on housing production costs. And so I want to make sure we don't take for granted, you know, the gap in knowledge.
Yes.
I think, you know, yeah. So that would be very helpful to getting this done. Last year, the mayor proposed releasing district-wide net zero energy regulations in 2032 instead of 2026. The council has so far rejected that proposal, but it is still disappointed that those of us who want to see higher energy efficiency in our building codes, do you think the semi-annual meeting and reporting requirements in this bill are a good way to keep the public informed as we progress?
I think they may be too quick. I mean, I think annually would probably make better sense because I don't think change happens in the industry as quickly as that. So I would think maybe reporting on an annual basis makes more sense in terms of progress in energy efficiency standards in terms of product and appliances, light bulb, you know, things like that. I think that takes a little more time than 6 months.
Yeah, a year from now is the deadline for the regulations.
Mm-hmm.
Do we expect I mean, we need those regulations. Why is 26 to 32? Why is that a reasonable change in the timeline? Like, why do we need that much more time?
I think So I'm not a sustainability energy standard expert, but based on what they're saying, it takes time to move the needle, right? Like it's like getting a new Apple computer. Like everything updates over time. So that they're not at very close to net zero today. If they're saying it's going to take till 2032 to reasonably get affordable net zero product online, readily available to purchase, then I think we should trust the standard that the industry is saying is 2032 where that becomes mass availability.
So, Ms. God is a sustainability expert. What I heard from your testimony is we should do something about these environmental concerns, but not right now. Is that the thrust of it, or would you characterize it differently?
I would characterize it differently. I think the district is already leading the nation in a lot of climate goals and regulations. We have our building energy performance standards, and that's certainly been a North Star for the DC Housing Authority in terms of institutionalizing energy efficiency across our portfolio. So we've had those regulations in place, and those have done really good things for our agency and for our buildings. So we certainly don't see the net zero requirement as the end all be all to climate goals in the district. There are many, many other ways to build a sustainable building that doesn't necessarily meet the prescriptions of Appendix C.
So if the housing authority is building new buildings now, how are we building to the future that we want with respect to the environment as opposed to what is most cost effective now?
So the agency is looking towards the Enterprise Green Communities framework as sort of our baseline to determining what energy performance goals we want to meet. Luckily, a lot of the prescriptions in the Enterprise Green Communities frameworks do align nicely with the building energy performance standards. So that's been something that we've worked on with our architects and engineers for upcoming renovations, is figuring out how that existing framework from Enterprise can serve as our foundational sustainable design goals, across the entire portfolio, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Can you DCHA still has concerns about this bill? Is that correct?
That is correct. The cost implications associated, more so specifically for renovation projects versus new construction, that is more so our concern. There is significant capital needed to get an existing building to a net zero design standard. There are typically, a lot of our buildings built in the 60s and 70s, and so they have really dated electrical service. And so a big part of that cost to making a building all electric, which all electric is a main component of a net zero design, is that you would need to perform what's called an electrical heavy up. So you're bringing more electrical capacity into the building. That's going to not only increase the amount of capital needed for the project, but also increase your timeline pretty significantly. So that's another major component that we're looking at in terms of the implications of, building to something like Enterprise Green Communities versus DC's Appendix C.
So unlike projects that would fall under DHCD, DCHA is both the developer and the, for all intents and purposes, the owner and end user. So when we look at green building, I think the common understanding is that there are cost savings in the long term, reduce utility costs. So I would see DCHA taking that into account in a way that, say, Somers Development would not. So where do you take into account the cost savings from reduced utilities over time?
Absolutely. And kind of going back to my testimony in regards to the high efficiency boilers that we installed a few years ago, like I noted, those have yielded a 20% reduction in energy use, which is helping our compliance towards BEPS. So that's one of the strategies we're deploying to not only ensure that residents have reliable heating and the equipment, updated equipment in those buildings, but also ensuring that we can get that return on investment because it is high efficiency equipment. When it comes to all electric equipment, let's say, you know, an all electric heat pump for heating or cooling or for domestic hot water systems, I will say, and I'm happy to go back and get more data on this, but just from my high level understanding of that equipment, unfortunately, I'm not a mechanical engineer, I'm more of the soft skills person. But from my understanding, in terms of the data on the maintenance and the return on investment of that equipment, we just don't have as much of that information as we do for sort of our traditional natural gas boilers that are high efficiency. And so, of course, there is always a possibility that you can yield that return on investment that the vendor is telling you, but you might not also yield those returns in a short payback period. You might also face difficulties in finding maintenance professionals that are able to properly maintain that specialized equipment. These all-electric heat pumps are, again, they're a little bit newer, at least in the US. Europe is sort of light years ahead of us in terms of integrating that equipment, but in the US, we don't have as much maintenance support in supporting those systems and ensuring that we're squeezing all of the savings out of them that we can.
Yeah. We won't have maintenance supports until we have more of the product. So it's like a chicken and the egg, but similar to the conversation with Director Green not long ago. So let's take the heat pumps or boilers as an example. At some point, they are at the end of their useful life, and everything else, all the other mechanical things. Can we not draw a line and say, okay, whenever any of these upgrades happen, here is the standard we're using? So you don't have to throw away what you have, but we do have to say going forward, and I feel like we're having difficulty getting there and saying, all right, there's going to be a line going forward. All things must meet this standard. Would that meet your concerns?
That's a great question, and that's something you know, that every building owner and operator toys with in the capital planning process. I will say, kind of like what I was speaking to before. Let's say you're having discussions about some buildings that have some boilers that are reaching their end of useful life. So you have that decision where you have to figure out if you're going to do a high efficiency replacement, a like for like replacement, or if you want to fuel switch and go from natural gas to all electric. It's of course going to be a bit simpler when you are not fuel switching and you're doing like for like or just switching to a higher efficiency model, because you already have that existing infrastructure and the piping and all of those things, let's say in the basement of your mechanical room, to support that new mechanical equipment. When you're moving to all electric, there is a significant additional cost of bringing more electrical capacity into the building. So that's an entire other component that you would have to think about in making that fuel switch. And that requires building owners and operators to, ensuring that they're conducting that long-term capital planning properly, and that they're seeking out rebates, grants, tax credits, all of which are unfortunately sunsetting or in sort of limbo right now, to support the costs associated with that work.
Okay. Yeah, understood. I also you think that there is a market issue where there's no demand, then the cost for these things continues to be high, and the population of folks who maintain it is low, and the cost is high. And so it is government that usually has to move folks in the right direction, whether it's through their own work and actions or by funding these, the improvements we want to see. So I'm going to be pushing DCHA to justify its green building investments and how it is calculating future reduced utility costs in determining what types of materials it uses. So ensuring that we're not just looking at, all right, what does this cost us today to develop, but what is going to be the cost over the lifetime of the project?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have for you, Ms. Guide. So welcome to stay, but you can depart if you'd like. Director Green, on plug. So DHED is the lead, at least in my opinion, lead agency in affordable housing production. Would you agree?
Thank you for that. I hope so. I think that we are definitely the financiers that cause affordable housing production to happen.
So, the conversation around green building standards focuses a lot on cost. And one of the things we're hearing from affordable housing developers is there is significant cost and delay because of utility inefficiencies in the permitting and building process. So we need somebody to take charge because the utilities are all over the place. Some of them are multi-jurisdictional. You're saying DHCD shouldn't be the agency responsible for this. Why not, given your leadership on affordable housing and the fact that you all are constantly focused on the cost and timing of delivering that housing?
Well, I think, like, as I said in my testimony, we aren't the technical experts when it comes to utility guidance, allowances, mechanical engineers. We rely on consultants for that. We don't have architects really in-house except to review what has been submitted to make sure that the costs are kind of aligned about what we're financing. But I do agree with you, it is an issue. And it is an issue that adds costs that we'd rather not pay for, especially when things happen that are unexpected and are causing delays. That's something that I think that should be dealt with the utility and maybe even in the permitting process, where those reviews and those approvals and all that alignment happens at that time. But we don't have the knowledge, the know-how. You could put an elephant in front of me or anyone in our staff and say, electrify it. Like, we wouldn't, is that what you're saying? We would have to go back to the utility company anyway. They also have no reason to answer to us. They have no reason. There's no oversight that we have of them at all. But agreed, there are challenges. I just don't, DHCD is not the place. We would probably cause more delay.
What types of inspections? So if you all give money to a project, do you do any types of inspections?
Yes, we do inspections, usually around like the 25, 50, and 75% mark. Obviously, we're putting money out, so we want to make sure that things are in place that we are paying for. So we do those kind of inspections, but in terms of experts around utility inspections, we'll go and we'll see that the light bulbs are there and that they're attached properly, not that the type of spec that's there, the specification is there. But in terms of very specific things around utility coordination, just we wouldn't even know what their process is to begin with. Like what's happening over there, we're not sure of. We rely on them.
What agency would you recommend, or does the administration recommend take the lead on this?
Put somebody under the bus. I mean, like to me, it's a permitting process, right? It's a permitting coordination, and I think it should probably be somewhere there. I don't know, like I haven't spoken to DOB in terms of, or maybe it's just in terms of suggestion, maybe there is a working group that says, okay, utilities, like what's happening here? Why are you doing it this way? And what is your process that we can rely upon? And be very clear about that. But for someone they're so independent also, like what can we do? Yeah. But maybe there's like some kind of working group so that I think the clarity about what happens there would be great. But I think that's more of a permitting type situation.
So when the industry says, hey, the lack of rent payment is causing us issues, or the way ERAP is structured is causing us issues. The administration like swoops in with a let's reform this and that. But when the industry is saying permitting is a mess, crickets. So somebody's going to have to take the lead on this. Hearing from a witness that they're waiting 3 years to get Pepco to approve a home ownership opportunity is crazy. And so I recognize that DHCD doesn't currently have the expertise. Every other agency would probably say the same thing, but somebody's going to have to hire the expertise. So I get that you don't have the expertise. Can't you hire the experts?
With proper budget, I mean, we could hire for anything. I'd rather put that money into more financing to produce affordable housing rather than hire, that expertise. I'm wondering though, as you're speaking, this kind of ideation on the spot, like, I don't even, who do utilities report to? Like, what is their governance, right? I don't know what that is. If there is a governance over utilities that is established, that makes sense, that may be, better suited and more efficient. I don't know, the answer, but I think that it would probably go somewhere in that direction would make more sense, or there's a coordinating council among them that is established, or an advisory board around them that is established to say, this is what needs to happen. These are the challenges. The challenges are there, but that they are responsible for answering to. I don't know, like as bankers and lenders, I don't, I don't know that we are, but I'm happy to, again, be on that council and say, hey, you're costing us money, and what do we need to do to make sure that we can get this answer? But those challenges do pop up, and they're costly, and they end up coming back for more money to address them. So it's something that I would like to be in conversation with, but I don't know that they would ever, I mean, I could try to call them today. They don't answer.
Yeah. We're working on some things for the utilities in a different lane, but what I think most people would agree on is if you look at the district's budget, the budget has grown substantially, but most folks would agree we haven't made no improvements that are noticeable to the average person. And when we get to this budget, the next budget, as with every budget, there's going to be a lot of calls for increasing taxes, and then a lot of opposition for against increasing taxes. And I think at some point we've got to figure out how to do more with the money that we have, and this means solving issues like this. So we will work with the administration to identify, what the correct agency is, but I don't think we cannot afford to continue to have projects delayed like this. The reason we wrote a bill is because we heard this issue from so many folks. Do you hear from developers about delays as a result of utility companies? Is that?
Yeah, from time to time, definitely. Especially changes that they'll come in after things have started and say, oh, this is wrong. You have to now go and do that. And then it takes, tens of thousands of dollars to rip up what they've already put in based on their initial understanding. So that's some things that I have heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, my thinking is that DHCD should be responsible for implementing because you all already have a close working relationship with developers. And you understand the urgency of avoiding construction delays. I worry about silos. Somebody who's not at all concerned with the cost or timing of housing, I worry that they won't have the incentive to move quickly. So that's part of my thinking. You all are not the permitting agency, so there are some ways in which I agree. Not the most obvious fit for you all, but I worry about all the agencies saying, no, it's not us. So we'll work together.
Yeah. So my inquiry again is like, who do they answer to, right? Who, like, if I had a problem right now with the utilities, I would just kind of flail around who I would call to say, hey, help on this project, you know, and I have been in that position where I've tried and nothing has happened. It's like, who do you know? Like, I might call you and say, who do you know at the utility company, and see if I could get an answer, you know? So that, it is a challenge. I don't know, like, who ultimately do they answer to or respond to? And I think that that's the crux. And again, happy to be on anything, because it does affect the projects and our costs and projects, to try to figure out how to break the silo that they are and the communication. Happy to be on anything with that. I just don't know that we would get any bang for the buck, you know, so to speak, of it being in our agency.
Yeah.
And we would have to like stand up to something completely different.
To that question of who they answer to, it ain't us, because we invited them today. And you say, nah, one of them are here, which is kind of case in point,
right?
You know, if there's an issue, I have folks who I know who work in the agency. I'll text them, but I think that's easy. The same reason they're not here today is the same reason we had this bill about delays.
Yeah, we're in the same position.
Okay. So our utilities, you all got some headaches coming your way. All right, let me turn to River East at Grandview. So I want to make sure we're clear, because I've heard this from other council members, but this number you used about how much assistance we've given to the homeowners, I want to challenge that. You stated 15 million. My breakdown has included in your 15 million, 4.3 million that DC paid to construct the building. So I would not have that. I would not say that's assistance we've given to the homeowners. Then there's the initial HPAP and EHAP, which was lost. So I would not suggest that that's money we've given to the homeowners to help them after
With
this
this
issue.
okay. Got it.
After this issue happened. Then there was half while the residents were at Talbert. That was 403,000 about, and then we get to where I would say, yes, we have helped the homeowners, and I do want to give you credit. You have put a lot of work and time into this, and I want to make sure that that part is not lost. But in terms of, you know, this notion of what we've done to help these homeowners who have been faced with this situation, that help started with rent after displacement, which was 4.8 million, then move and storage, $123,000, $30,000 in rent aid in fiscal year 25, $480,000, and HPAP loans for purchases of new homes, which is 1.8 million. So I would put the amount that we have spent to help these displaced homeowners at closer to 7.2 million.
There's some missing in there, so I think it's closer to 8, but
Okay.
you were in the same ballpark.
Okay.
Exiting the original HPAP and the HPTF subsidy that was originally there, yes.
And that's not nothing, you know, that's not nothing. But I do want to make sure we're on the same page, and because I've heard the same notion from other council members, you know, we've done so much already, or we've done enough already. Do you see administrative challenges in converting HPAP loans to grants and issuing new grants?
Administrative challenges? Not necessarily.
How, assuming this bill passes, how would DHCD ensure that HPAP applications are processed in a timely way so that residents aren't left in limbo any longer?
We would process them as we have been as priorities for the HPAP challenge. I think the one issue administratively to convert them from loans to grant, which essentially they are kind of soft grants, right? Because they don't pay interest, they pay principal back after 5 years. So on the 6 years, they start paying principal back. We often, upon request, can reduce, the payment plan to make them, if there's challenges or stressors, we always do that. The challenge is that we have a demand for HPAP that is huge in the district. It helps so many people buy homes and first-time home buyers. Part of the budgeting for HPAP is HPAP repay, that it cycles back. If we don't have the cycling back of this, then that's that many more people that don't necessarily get that budget. So you'd have to make sure that, in the budget, this is HPAP repay is part of that line item that we build to create the HPAP budget of, between 25 and 30 million a year, and which is never enough. So that's kind of I don't know that this is the route because it may affect future HPAP budgeting.
Do development projects pencil in cost for the amount of time it takes to get permits? Like, is it?
Yes, they budget that.
It seems like we are less a stickler for some costs than other costs.
I'm a stickler for all the costs. Because when you don't have enough money, you try to figure out how to stretch it. And so, there's an average amount of how long it takes a permit to happen. And that's sort of standard, right? Depending on the project, it's sort of standard. So we're not when we look at budgets, we don't say, oh, you think it's going to take 2-3 years? Great, you get it. That doesn't happen. So we're a stickler on all the line items.
But there's been no proposal for how to address this utility thing that's costing millions of dollars. But a lot of reticence to this, what is now a relatively modest proposal to help these homeowners. And it's hard for me to justify both those truths.
So I'm all for helping the homeowners. Releasing debt does equal equity. When you are forgiven debt, that does become equity to you. So just wanted to make that point as well. So there's, not having debt and having it forgiven, that is new equity. But I am supportive of the homeowners. I don't think HPAP is the vehicle to do it because I think it's going to hurt future affordability and future homeowners.
HPAP repayments though don't go, that goes to the general fund.
No, there's a HPAP repay budget that comes back to the agency to help the next budget. So every time with more HPAP repay we get, these are people refinancing their homes or paying HPAP off, that goes back to the next year's HPAP budget.
So when the council passes a budget and we have a line item for HPAP, there is more money for HPAP than what is in the council approved budget?
No, part of that is HPAP repay when you pass a budget.
All right, I don't know about that. All right, I gotta look at that. So you support the Talbot Street homeowners, but not the HPAP ideas. What do you recommend?
So just the other thing I wanted to clarify is that Talbot homeowners got a payment of $30,000 outright. They asked for it. All they do is show a lease and they got it. How they spent it, how they didn't spend it. They also got moving assistance. The other thing is moving assistance that they did get was moving assistance this one time, moving and storage this one time, but they also got moving and storage previously. So that's not accounted for in here. And I don't know how much that dollar amount is. But so they did get a cash payment of, not saying it's enough or not, but they did get that. They did get equity back when their mortgages were released and any other assignment of debt was released. So that is equity to them also. I'm not sure where to direct in terms of the budget to pay them another amount would come from. But these programs that are specifically highlighted as potentiality does hurt affordability for the next person on each of those programs. So the next first-time home buyer, it affects them. The next person that wants to buy an IZ unit, it affects them. Because IZ units are, because if you don't stay in your IZ unit, you have to sell it to another a buyer that qualifies in affordability. If that covenant gets released, that's an IZ unit lost.
Outside of IZ, how does that hurt affordability?
Because that means there's less affordable units available for home buyers.
No, if a buyer uses HPAP and buys a home that's not IZ, does that hurt future affordability?
Well, it hurts the fact that there's not budget recycling into HPAP, to the HPAP budget. So we would have to find, like, to keep it at the funding levels, we would have to find a way to do that accounts for the fact that HPAP repay is not going to be there in future years.
Okay. For a small number of people. So
and HPAP repay sometimes is a large part of the budget, and sometimes it's that $1 or $2 million that makes a difference to someone. Like on average, right? If it's HPAP repay, like if it's $130 on average, $1,000 on average that we're providing support. So even if it's $1 million, that's 10 people that aren't able to do homes.
So I think one of the issues is maybe that we're looking at this differently. So if I purchased a home, low interest rate, cost of homes was lower, and I lost that home due to no fault of my own. Now I'm renting. I'm probably paying more rent than I was for my mortgage. Certainly, the cost of borrowing money has gone up. Certainly, the cost of housing has gone up. $30,000 might cover a year of rent, maybe a year in a piece of something if you're really lucky, but has not in any meaningful way put me closer to home ownership. So what I'm talking about here are tools to help them become homeowners again, not, what I would say is, well, yeah, that's what I'm looking at is how do we create a realistic path to help folks become homeowners again?
But if I'm correct, if I'm understanding this, please correct me if I'm wrong. This bill is asking that the HPAP that they receive be converted into grants. So how does that then change their viability? Right, because they still have to qualify for a mortgage that pays them. So whether it's grant or, this sort of 5-year deferred payment that has no interest on it, that doesn't affect their viability. They still have to qualify for the mortgage.
Right. But that equity that they lost, which is a lot of equity, has changed the financial viability for buying. I guess I don't understand the question. That's like asking why anybody needs HPAP, right? What's the difference?
No, I guess I'm trying to figure out how they get equity. You're saying that the grant gives them equity, right?
Yeah.
But the loan that they get, right? So if the grant gives them equity, it's whatever that down payment amount is, right? They still have to qualify for the loan.
Right.
Right? So that equity is not going to make up for what they lost. potentially lost?
I, I, I don't know how. Like if I buy a $500,000 home and I get a $100,000 grant, I'm essentially paying $400,000 for a $500,000 home, which means I'm starting out with $100,000 of equity.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But
what am I missing?
so I guess what I'm missing is you're giving them equity in the grant by saying it's a grant. Is there a repayment for that grant if they sell, like if they just get it as a grant? So you're giving them $100,000. Is there a max for that?
Max what?
Like how much grant are you giving them? Are you giving them?
I think whatever they qualify for.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, my issue with that is not whether or not you give them a grant, it's the funding source.
Okay.
Because it hurts future home buyers because it's not coming back.
All right. I don't agree that it hurts future home buyers because I think we're going to put into it what we put into it, and it's always going to be compared to the previous fiscal year. So I disagree on that. But I mean, at some point, I think we've got to.
But HPAP repayments help the next buyer. So that's potentially 40 people that if they're now grants, that repayment is 40 people less that will not get that money. And yes, again, if you back end the funding, right? So let's figure out how HPAP rebate budget is built or the HPAP budget is built. Part of that is HPAP repay. So the more we get in repay, the more people get loans or HPAP down payment assistance.
No, if we put, let's say, $100 million into HPAP this fiscal year, next year we're going to put 100 or 120, whatever it is not going to be based on that number. Is not going to be based on the repayment amount.
Okay, but if the people come back with a repayment, say you put 100, that means 120 would get money above the budget.
No, the budget, unless you're telling me that
HPAP repay is part of our HPAP budget.
So beyond what we approve in the council, you all sometimes have more money for HPAP than what we approve in the budget.
Based on repayments.
All right, I'm going to check that with the budget office.
Yes.
What was I going to say on repayment? I don't remember. Okay, so I get it. I don't know how to make the bar lower for helping here. So we'll work with you on it. But we've gone and tried to revise this as much as possible to get support from the administration. Those are all the questions I have. The LIHTC letter, we will have that by Friday.
That is my hope.
Need more than hope at this point. I hope to have it last month.
I know. I'm working diligently on it, and my goal is to get it to you by Friday.
Well, I appreciate it. It will get uncomfortable after Friday.
Okay, I don't want to get uncomfortable.
Appreciate it.
So I'm fervently working to get it to you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our public and government witnesses for being with us today. For anybody who was not able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who's interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call 202-727-8255. 8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 2 weeks from today on Tuesday, January 27th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of the committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. This concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 3:46 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.